Chapter 28:17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Xian was no longer standing at his original position. Only a 100-meter wide crater was left. However, just as the four of them were feeling smug, a voice was heard. "But, do you want me to die so badly?" It was Xian's voice. The four people's expressions changed drastically. Their joint attack actually did not insta-kill a mere celestial deity realm guy. How was this possible? Unfortunately, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Step by step, Xian walked out from the dust. There was a faint barrier of light around his body that prevented even the dust from touching him. "Qbleem, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me who sent you here. Perhaps I can spare your lives." Xian was indeed shocked at that moment. These people's attacks were too unexpected and too powerful. Xian couldn't defend himself at all. If the Undying system had activated its invincible defense at the last moment, Xian would probably be dead by now. You're fine? You want something to happen to me? You think you can rely on 4 ants? You deserve to die. You actually wasted my absolute defense. Since you won't tell me, it looks like I'll have to find the answer myself. Spiritual control. This time, Xian's spiritual control was targeted at the 4 of them. Of course, Xian knew that it wouldn't be of any use. It was impossible to control all 4 of them at the same time. However, Xian didn't intend to really control them. Of course, he'd pick the weakest among them. Xian's spiritual control was actually just a cover. In an instant, Xian's hand flashed and a powerful attack was launched. This was Xian's real killing move. Deity Vanquishing Slash. Xian's target was the peak sky god, who asked him to be the weakest. Boom. With a slash of the sword, that person was sent flying. He didn't manage to land a critical hit? Then take this. Deity Slaying Slash. Xian did not hesitate in the slightest since his first attack had failed. He had already decided that this time, he would definitely kill someone. Boom. This time, it was indeed a critical hit. The peak celestial god, who was still resisting the control of his spiritual sense, died in an instant. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. As for Xian's spiritual perception control, it could only interfere for a blink of an eye, but that was enough. It was enough for Xian to kill one of them. When the other 3 finally broke free from the control of their spiritual senses, they only saw the corpses of their companions. In such a short time, Xian had already killed one of them. How is this possible? These unknowns were unwilling to believe that they had lost a comrade in such a short period of time. One had to know that any one of them was confident that they had the strength to kill Xian. However, the truth was the truth. Xian had instantly killed one of them without any pressure at all. Xian casually took that person's universe ring, but he didn't take that person's corpse. Because Xian had a plan for Xian. "Then you're next." Xian suddenly turned around and spoke to that low-grade domain enlightened spirit god. His tone was so indifferent. It was like he wasn't talking about killing someone but about how good the weather was today. That low-grade domain enlightened spirit god was shocked, and it was even to the extent that he felt a chill run down his spine. His intuition told him that he had probably encountered huge trouble this time. However, he was a domain enlightened spirit god after all, and Xian was merely at the heavenly god realm. Moreover, Xian was heavily injured, so he didn't believe that Xian could kill him. "Kid, are you talking about me? What an arrogant kid. Today, I'll properly teach you how to respect experts. Everyone, let's attack together and kill him." Even though Xian hadn't chosen the other 2 as his targets, they didn't care about morality. They only had a single objective, and it was to annihilate Xian. As for what methods they had to use, they didn't consider it at all. The 3 of them attacked Xian once more. However, could it be that they think Xian would be completely unguarded like before? How could that be possible? "Come out, 1,000 beast sword servants. Summon god rank mounts." In an instant, 1,000 god rank mounts appeared, and they split into 2 groups at the same time that they pounced towards one of the domain enlightened spirit gods. So, It was practically effortless to use 500 god rank mounts to trap a single domain enlightened spirit god. On the other hand, Yi Xian tossed Wei Zhentian over, and then Wei Zhentian took Godslayer and charged towards the targets that Yi Xian had chosen a long time ago with Yi Xian. But Yi Xian swung his fist. However, the true threat was the Godslayer. Wei Zhentian's Godslayer was even more powerful than Yi Xian's Godslayer when he controlled it himself. That person was clearly flustered. They clearly had the absolute advantage, and they clearly had the strength to crush Yi Xian. However, as soon as they made a move, they knew how terrifying Yi Xian was when he went berserk. Bang! The god-slaying sword controlled by Wei Zhentian arrived at that person's side before Yi Xian's attack. It pierced through that person's body and shattered his godhead at the same time. That mysterious person had an extremely dazed expression in his eyes. Even at the moment of his death, he still didn't understand how exactly he died. However, he didn't need to understand. Yi Xian blasted that person flying with a punch. Of course, that person had no chance of surviving since a long time ago. The God-Slayer swiftly flew over and took that person's universe ring. At this moment, Yi Xian finally turned his attention to the other two people trapped by the God-class mounts. You've got some guts. How dare you attack me? Did you think this would be the outcome before you attacked? Yi Xian looked at the two people mockingly. These people had set up a chain of restrictions here. This wasn't something that they could set up with their strength. In fact, after they activated the chain of restrictions, even they couldn't open it themselves. 1,000 God-class mounts were divided into two groups and charged continuously. The two people could only fight back in panic. How could they spare any time to attack Yi Xian? Then, which one of you wants to live? Tell me who sent you here. I'll spare your life if you tell me first. Speak. Don't test my patience. Wei Zhentian controlled the God-Slayer and circled around Yi Xian, as if he could kill one of them at any time. Oof, kid, we underestimated your strength for not being able to kill you. However, if you want to get what you want from us, dream on. One of them shouted loudly. Yi Xian smiled slightly and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the other person. I'll tell you. Will you let me go if I tell you? That's right. I, Yi Xian, have always been a man of my word. I've said before that I'll let go of whoever tells me who's behind this. Chapter 28:18. The sapling of the ancient law fire tree. This place, for the time being, could be called a forest, and it was an incomparably strange forest. Because these trees were growing in two directions at the same time, it was as if this place was a mirror, and those trees were just a reflection of reality. However, Yi Xian knew very well that it wasn't a reflection, but a real existence. Because Yi Xian didn't have a reflection here. Each of these incomparably strange trees was emitting countless pillars of fire. Those pillars of fire soared into the sky, but after they broke through the sky, they strangely returned to the reflection, forming a cycle. This caused the energy of these pillars of fire to not be wasted at all. Yi Xian looked at this space in astonishment because everything here had already overturned his understanding. Yi Xian couldn't help but think that if he chose to fly towards the sky from the start, would he be like these flames and go to the other side of the reflection? In addition, Yi Xian also wanted to know if he could use that illusory existence to go to the reflection plane. As soon as this thought appeared, Yi Xian couldn't hold it in any longer and directly summoned the withered bone sword attendant. In reality, the withered bone sword attendant wasn't of much use to Yi Xian, but it was suitable to be used as a scout. Go, pass through there. The place Yi Xian was talking about was beneath his feet, an existence that seemed to be the surface of a lake. At the very least, looking at it with his eyes, it was as if he could reach the reflection surface as long as he passed through that barrier. Of course, the withered bone sword attendant didn't hesitate at all, so it directly charged towards the void. Yi Xian watched the actions of the withered bone sword attendant with rapt attention. Closer. Even closer. Suddenly, the withered bone sword attendant seemed to have rushed halfway into the lake and directly plunged into the void. There was no reaction. Yi Xian didn't see a reflection on the other side. Instead, a system notification rang out in his ears. Ding, system notification. Host, please note that the withered bone sword attendant has suffered a destructive blow and is completely dead. It is unable to revive. Complete destruction. And he couldn't revive. Yi Xian was shocked. What exactly happened just now? Yi Xian couldn't help but want to ask, but unfortunately, no one asked. It could be said that everything that happened just now, even the slightest change, was seen by Yi Xian. However, the withered bone sword attendant had disappeared so easily, and Yi Xian didn't even know what had happened. It was clear that the withered bone sword attendant was like entering a lake, just fusing into it. However, when it completely fused into it, it was also completely destroyed. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky, then lowered his head to look at his feet. He knew that although it looked like a reflection, it was definitely not a reflection. It was an unknown existence that Yi Xian didn't even know about. Not daring to easily explore the area beneath his feet, Yi Xian directly stood up and walked forward. Yi Xian was a person who could afford to let go. Since he said that he didn't have the ability to explore the void, then there was no need for Yi Xian to continue wasting time there. He might as well continue exploring the forest in front of him. Looking at the various types of flames, Yi Xian knew that he might have made a huge profit this time. He originally thought that there would be some sort of divine beast, but what Yi Xian saw was only a treasure trove that he could collect. Yi Xian didn't know what this forest was, but he still knew what was inside every single tree. System, what exactly are these trees? Can you detect it? Ding, system prompt, data collection in progress. Ding, system prompt. This analysis requires 500,000 faith points. Would the host like to continue? 500,000 faith points? If it was in the past, it really would be quite a bit. But now, Yi Xian didn't care too much about it. This was because during this period of time, he possessed the 9 directions 60,000 realms. Under Yi Xian's deliberate arrangements, Fei Yan had always been rebuilding his faith. Therefore, many people in the 9 directions 60,000 realms had already started to believe in Yi Xian. The 9 directions 60,000 realms were extremely large. Even if only a small portion of them completely believed in Yi Xian, it would still be an enormous accumulation for him. Moreover, he had already stayed in the main god's battlefield for so many years. Therefore, Yi Xian already had some faith points in stock. Alright, permission granted. Yi Xian agreed to the system's prompt. Ding, system prompt, using faith value analysis, analysis successful. Target, ancient law sapling of the fire tree. Ancient law fire tree, a special plant from the ancient era. The ancient era was an era even older than the ancient era. People could still have some records of the twilight of the ancient gods, but people only had legends about the ancient era, and there were very few real records. Of course, the primordial era, which was even older than the ancient era, was probably only a guess. Yi Xian never imagined that he would accidentally discover something that belonged to the ancient era. One had to know that the ancient era had always existed in legends. Even in the ancient era, people had no understanding of it, let alone the ancient era. However, the system had already said that this was the sapling of the law fire tree from the ancient era. How could Yi Xian not be excited? Yi Xian wasn't greedy as he looked at the endless forest. In his heart, he would be satisfied if he could obtain one of them. System, I want to obtain a sapling of this ancient law fire tree. Is there any way? Ding, system notification. Please note that all the trees in front of the host are actually the saplings of an ancient law fire tree. What? This time, Yi Xian couldn't hold it in anymore. The system said that this boundless forest was actually just a sapling? Of course, although Yi Xian was surprised, he didn't doubt it. After all, it was something from the ancient era. Then who would know so much? There weren't many records of the ancient era. It could be said that even Mo didn't know anything about the ancient era. In fact, Mo didn't even know about the sapling of the ancient fire tree. After all, if they knew, then countless experts would have entered to search for it. But from the looks of it, Mo and the divine master of the demon god realm only knew that this place was extraordinary, but they didn't know that there were ancient things here. System, how do I collect this sapling of the ancient law fire tree? Ding! System notification. Host's level is not high enough, unable to provide information. System, then how much do you know about the ancient era? Ding! System notification. Host is not waiting for you enough, unable to provide information. Chapter 28:19. 2047 Unknown effects. That's right, all of this seemed to be too far away. Even if it was the ancient era, it was only a legendary existence to Yi Xian. However, he didn't expect that something from the ancient era would actually appear. Yi Xian looked at the forest. He really wanted to collect it, but there was nothing he could do. Gritting his teeth, Yi Xian knew that this time, he could only take a gamble. The sapling of the ancient law fire tree could be said to be an existence that could only be encountered by luck and not sought after. If Yi Xian missed this chance, he might not even have a second one in his lifetime. Thus, Yi Xian didn't want to let it go, even if he knew it was incomparably dangerous. However, Yi Xian was willing to gamble. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian extended his hand towards one of the tree trunks and instilled his spiritual will into it in an attempt to communicate with it. Suddenly, it was as if time had stopped. Yi Xian seemed to have been teleported to a mysterious space. In front of Yi Xian was a small sapling. There was nothing around Yi Xian and the sapling, only silence and darkness. Everything had disappeared, whether it was the laws or everything else. It was as if everything had completely disappeared at this moment. System, what's going on? No reaction. It was as if even the system had disappeared. This was something that had never happened before. This was the first time Yi Xian had completely lost contact with the system. Yi Xian looked around, not knowing what to do. But a moment later, he walked towards the sapling. Step by step. There were no fluctuations of energy, nor were there any laws. It was as if an ordinary person was walking towards a sapling. However, it was so different. The sapling only had 2 leaves. Moreover, it looked malnourished, as if it could wither and die at any moment. Yi Xian gently caressed the sapling, but his heart was incomparably calm. He subconsciously said to the sapling, "How pitiful! I don't know what you need to continue growing, but since you've existed since ancient times, then I can be sure that you've been through countless years, but you still can't grow up. Little sapling, what are you? Ancient law fire tree sapling. Do you possess the law of fire?" It could be said that Yi Xian was truly a bit stupid right now. He was actually talking to a sapling. However, Yi Xian himself didn't know why he was doing this. It was just a subconscious action. In Yi Xian's heart, this sapling of the ancient law fire tree had experienced countless years. It was already an extremely strange thing for it to be able to survive. However, not only did he survive, he didn't even grow in the slightest. From this, one could tell how lonely he was. It was unknown if it was because of this loneliness that affected Yi Xian, or if it was because of some other reason, but at this moment, Yi Xian actually began to recall his past and everything that had happened on his path of cultivation. Moreover, he subconsciously spoke to the sapling. In the outside world, the 2 people from the divine domain finally began to fight each other because of the exploration. They were constantly snatching the white jade. After all, their main mission was to bring out the jade. However, no matter how much the 2 sides fought, there was a place that no one dared to go to, because there were countless flames that soared into the sky. There were also experts who tried to enter it to see if there were any treasures. Unfortunately, before they could even enter, they would be engulfed by the flames that suddenly appeared. However, if they didn't get close to the area of flames, the flames wouldn't affect them in the slightest. Thus, as time passed, people selectively forgot about that place. No one paid any attention to that place because they couldn't enter it at all. Moreover, there didn't seem to be any treasures there. The slaughter continued without end. Countless experts fell and those white jade stones were constantly being snatched away by others. Then it was plundered by others. A bloody massacre unfolded in this secret realm. After all, for the sake of the mission, for the sake of their own divine domain, everyone's eyes were bloodshot. Only in the midst of the flames, there was silence. Little sapling, do you know? Actually, when I think about it sometimes, I realize that it really wasn't easy for me to walk this path. Sometimes I also doubt my future. I don't know how far I can go. Little sapling, I feel that I might be much younger than you. However, I feel that you are even more pitiful than I am. You only have 2 leaves now. In that case, according to us humans, Perhaps you are just a baby. Poor you. You have no idea how long you have been here. It seems like you are even more pitiful than I am. Little sapling, can you understand what I'm saying? Sigh, I'm really silly. You are just a little sapling. How could you possibly understand what I'm saying? It was as if Yi Xian had just reacted and laughed at himself. He even felt that he wasn't the same as before. Because at this moment, Yi Xian actually gave up on all of his defenses. What divine will, what power of law, what divine power? It was as if none of this had anything to do with Yi Xian. He was just an ordinary person who didn't know his future. However, the instant Yi Xian stood up, the entire secret realm, no, not only the entire secret realm, but the entire God realm, underwent an unbelievable change. Especially those who had grasped the power of the law of fire, they could clearly feel it. At this moment, in the secret realm, a Kunlun divine realm upper 6th grade god king who had grasped the law of the 9 heaven obsidian flames was bathed in blood. Beside him, there were several fire dragons protecting him. However, it was obvious that he was just an arrow at the end of its flight. Around him, a dozen experts from the monster god divine realm were looking at him mockingly. Among them, there was even a lower divine emperor expert. It seemed that this person from the Kunlun divine realm was definitely going to die. Indeed, there was no way for him to escape. Ha, human, let's see how you're going to escape this time. Leave your life behind. The god emperor expert from the demon god divine realm said gleefully. In his eyes, this person from the Kunlun divine realm had no chance of escaping at all. However, all of a sudden, the flames that the Kunlun divine realm expert was controlling broke free from his control. 9 fire dragons danced around in the sky happily, completely out of the control of the Kunlun divine realm expert. Still trying to resist? Kill him. However, it was a pity that the god emperor expert from the demon god divine realm could no longer say his final words. That was because the 9 fire dragons had actually attacked on their own. Chapter 28:20. Eternal Supremacy. Although they were all fire elemental laws, they were also divided into countless types. However, at this moment, all the fire elemental laws in the divine world seemed to be overjoyed. The power of laws? Emotions? Perhaps no one would believe this, because this was already something that no one could believe. However, everyone in the divine world could feel this. It wasn't just the divine world. Even the other worlds could feel this, because as long as it was the power of fire, it would be incomparably joyous. The furnace flames danced, and the heavenly flames cheered. It was as if all the flames had lost control at this moment. Big brother. A voice entered Yi Xian's mind, causing him to instantly wake up. At the same time, the sapling in front of Yi Xian disappeared. To be more precise, the forest in front of Yi Xian had completely disappeared. Yi Xian clearly remembered that word, big brother, but he didn't hear it again. In the blink of an eye, all the changes stopped. As for Yi Xian, he was also dumbfounded as he watched everything. He didn't know what had happened. Yi Xian continuously released his divine sense in an attempt to find the sapling of the ancient law fire tree, but everything had already disappeared. Of course, this change didn't last long, so no matter if it was God or anyone else, they didn't notice it at all. They were only puzzled as to why the power of the fire elemental laws had become active for a moment, but they didn't know what had happened. Yi Xian stood on the spot and puzzledly rubbed his head. Just what had happened just now? Where did the sapling of the ancient law fire tree go? Ding. System prompt. Host is in an unknown space, completely lost contact. Confirmed to be dead, the system will activate the self-destruct program. The system's voice returned, but Yi Xian didn't clearly hear what the system said, so he subconsciously asked, System, what did you just say? Ding. System prompt, cancel execution. Then, the system's voice didn't continue. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. In any case, the system often prompted him to ignore some things. This time, Yi Xian also subconsciously ignored it. With a move of his voice, Wei Zhentian controlled the 2 god-slaughtering swords to accompany Yi Xian as they flew upwards. Yi Xian lowered his head to look at the void realm and said with some disappointment, It's a pity that my withered bone sword servant disappeared just like that. Sigh, This time, I've suffered a loss. I wonder where the sapling of the ancient fire tree went. As Yi Xian spoke, he flew upwards. However, if Yi Xian were to take a look at his divine deity, he would discover that there was an imprint of a sapling engraved on it. Of course, no one, including Yi Xian himself, would be able to see through that imprint. The battle in the outside world continued because the time to teleport away was about to arrive. This time, the battle was about to end. In other words, the war between the two divine realms would finally come to an end, and the final victor would be decided by this final battle. The people had already fallen into a frenzy. Not long after Yi Xian advanced, he saw a battle. This was a battle between two experts from the Kunlun divine realm and two experts from the demon god realm. Both sides wanted to kill the other and snatch the white jade from the other party. When Yi Xian suddenly appeared, he heard an expert from the Kunlun divine realm shout, "Quick, kill them! They have white jade on them!" These words were obviously meant for Yi Xian. Naturally, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. Of course, he still remembered his mission. Wei Zhentin go! The two god-slaughtering swords quickly moved out, and Yi Xian also drew his rule god bow. Die! Boom! One arrow, just one arrow, but Yi Xian had killed an enemy. Ding! System notification. Host has killed a high-grade third-grade god king. High third-grade god king? What was going on? Yi Xian was rather puzzled because Yi Xian didn't seem to have the strength to instantly kill a third-grade god king. One must know that what he shot out was only a spatial law divine arrow. Originally, he only hoped to restrain the enemy and then use the law of devouring arrow to kill the enemy. But why was the enemy killed by Yi Xian with a single arrow? Yi Xian was somewhat puzzled. He once again opened the divine palace of laws and shot an arrow at another enemy. Boom! A huge devouring vortex appeared, and the enemy was actually unable to resist at all as he was directly devoured. This enemy was also a high-grade third-stage divine king. Wei Zhentin directly brought the two universe rings into Yi Xian's hands. At this moment, the two people from the Kunlun divine domain looked at Yi Xian in astonishment because Yi Xian's attack power was simply too domineering. He actually killed two enemies with two arrows. Most importantly, they could all tell that Yi Xian's cultivation realm was only at the first-grade God King realm. Ding! System notification. Host has obtained a special opportunity. From now on, Host will forever have the title of Sovereign Level First Crown. Forever? In other words, no matter how much Yi Xian leveled up, he wouldn't be able to remove the title of First Crown. Special opportunity? Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. Just what kind of special opportunity did he obtain? It seemed that in Yi Xian's heart, he didn't obtain any inheritance. Of course, this was definitely a good thing for Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian just didn't understand why it was like this. "You're the God Domain's law envoy, Lord Yi Xian?" At this moment, an expert of the Kunlun divine domain arrived in front of Yi Xian and asked. Yi Xian looked at that person, nodded, and replied, "Yes, I am Yi Xian." This subordinate pays his respects to the God Domain's law envoy. The two of them hurriedly bowed. After all, perhaps Yi Xian's identity as the commander of the 9 Directions 60,000 realm was only effective in the 9 Directions 60,000 realm. However, the identity of the God Domain's law envoy allowed him to move unimpeded in the entire Kunlun divine domain. "Get up!" Yi Xian waved his hand, indicating for the two of them to stand up. After one of them stood up, he said to Yi Xian, "Lord Law Envoy, we won't delay any further. Right now, there are only 4 hours left before we leave the secret realm. We must kill as many enemies as possible and obtain more white jade. Only then will we be able to guarantee our victory." Yi Xian nodded and let the two of them leave. However, Yi Xian himself fell into a daze. He discovered that he'd actually lost track of time. He clearly remembered that he had just entered the secret realm and had only said a few words to the sapling of the ancient law fire tree. He didn't expect that so much time had passed, and the competition for the secret realm was about to end. Of course, no matter why it was like this, the most important thing for Yi Xian right now was to find an enemy and snatch the white jade. Yi Xian's figure moved as he quickly charged towards his surroundings. Chapter 28-21. It was the ninth prince's voice again. That fellow seems like he won't be satisfied until they retreat. I wonder what benefits he'll get from making them retreat. Suddenly, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Benefits? Who would want to see the world fall into chaos the most? It's probably the Annihilation Organization. Could it be that the Annihilation Organization is behind this as well? After all, if it was the Annihilation Organization, then it wouldn't take much effort to bribe the tiny Dark Knight Empire. When he thought up to this point, Yi Xian walked forward with large strides and said loudly, "We can't retreat. We can't allow these demonized mermen to leave this island. Otherwise, it'll definitely be a calamity." Yi Xian. It's actually him. Didn't that fellow disappear for over a year? Why did he suddenly appear again? What does he want? Everyone discussed animatedly. It can't be, right? That fellow has advanced again. My God. He's actually already at the high-level heavenly god realm. His cultivation speed is simply too terrifying. Who said it isn't? That fellow's cultivation increases every time I see him. How exactly is he doing it? Could it be that there's someone even more terrifying than him? As they watched Yi Xian walk over step by step, everyone consciously opened up a path for him. It was even to the extent that even those domain-enlightened spirit gods would subconsciously back off when they saw Yi Xian. The leveling speed that Yi Xian displayed was simply too terrifying. Perhaps Yi Xian would be at the heavenly god realm when they met him this time, but perhaps Yi Xian's strength would surpass them the next time they met him. No matter who it was, they would instinctively maintain a certain level of respect towards such a genius with boundless natural talent. "Master Yi, what are you doing here?" Master Moonless frowned as he gazed at Yi Xian. It seemed like he was aware of Yi Xian's other identity now. Yi Xian smiled at Master Moonless and said, "We definitely won't retreat." "Retreat? We definitely can't retreat. I can set up an absolute defense formation for you all to take care of the injured disciples. However, if we don't destroy this island, it will definitely cause an unnecessary calamity. Therefore, I suggest that we take advantage of the fact that these demonized fishmen are trapped to completely eliminate them here." Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to speak here?" Seeing that Yi Xian dared to ruin his plans, Yi Lixio was furious. However, Yi Xian was too lazy to even look at him. He continued speaking. "I know, what you are most worried about right now is the demon fishman's unlimited resurrection ability. Leave this to me. I will think of a way to set up a restriction so that the black gas can't enter the battle zone. After that, I will deal with all the corpses of the fishmen. This way, the more we kill, the fewer demon fishmen there are. At that time, we will have a chance of winning." That's one way. However, Yi Xian, do you have a way for me to set up such a restriction? It had been a long time since Yi Xian had set up a restriction in his room, and with Master Moonless' promotion, everyone knew that he was a restriction grandmaster, even more formidable than Master Moonless. Now that they heard Yi Xian say this, they didn't have much doubt. However, it wasn't that they hadn't thought of a way to stop the black gas, but they had all failed. Thus, they were still somewhat conservative. "Don't believe him." "Just him? What right does he have to say such a thing?" It was still Yi Lixio's voice. Right now, Yi Lixio wanted nothing more than to kill Yi Xian, but unfortunately, he could only dream about it. Suddenly, Yi Xian turned his head and looked directly at Yi Lixio for the first time. However, his words infuriated Yi Lixio. "If you don't want to participate, you can scram." Yes, that was what Yi Xian had said. Yi Xian already suspected that this guy had been bribed by Annihilation, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. However, he didn't have any proof right now. Otherwise, Yi Xian might have killed him. What did you say?" Yi Lixio was so angry that he couldn't speak coherently. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't plan on paying attention to him. "How about this? All of Ling Xian Pavilion's restriction grandmasters will come with me. I'll think of a way right now." "All right, we'll listen to you." It might be difficult for Yi Xian to mobilize the others, but Yi Xian was still able to mobilize the people from Ling Xian Pavilion. "Let's go as well." However, unexpectedly, the restriction grandmasters from the other factions all took the initiative to participate in Yi Xian's operation. Yi Xian didn't care about this. In any case, Yi Xian didn't expect them to do anything. To be honest, Yi Xian also had his own plans. Otherwise, why would he suggest that he take care of all of the demonized fishmen's corpses? Yi Xian wouldn't miss out on such a good upgrade plan. Of course, the most important thing was to stop these demonized fishmen. Yi Xian took his people and left. Everyone had different thoughts about Yi Xian. For example, the people from Mo Shang's training camp felt apologetic toward Yi Xian because of Lu Luo. The people who also felt apologetic included Bai Lu and the other factions that had wronged Yi Xian. In their hearts, Yi Xian had left Mo Shang's training camp because of their wrongdoings. Now that Yi Xian had returned and was willing to take action, these people felt rather emotional. Yi Xian led his people and quickly arrived at the bridgehead. At this time, the bridgehead was occupied by hundreds of demonized fishmen, blocking the only way for the Allied forces to attack. It seemed that this bridge was the only way to reach the island. Some people might say that it was better to use it. However, there were restrictions on the island. It was impossible to fly over. Naturally, it was also impossible to fly over. Yi Xian carefully observed the fishman's direction. However, in his heart he asked the system, "System, do you have any ideas?" Ding! System notification. In view of the host's current situation, the system has provided two solutions. The first solution is for the host to continue cultivating the restriction ability. When the restriction ability is strong enough, the host may be able to research a way to stop the black gas. Ding! The second solution is for the host to exchange for the corresponding special restriction from the system. F*CKU. Yi Xian was depressed. This system, why didn't it just ask him to exchange for it? What research? How long would he have to research? Previously, the system had activated the exchange function, but Yi Xian had never used it. After all, the exchange function of the system was very expensive. Alright, system, help me choose a restriction that is suitable for the current situation. I want the most reasonable one. Otherwise, I won't be able to afford it. Ding! System notification. The best restriction that the host can choose is the demon slaying restriction. Once this restriction is activated, it will be able to effectively destroy the demonic energy. Yi Xian nodded. He had the item, but the key was the price. Yi Xian didn't seem to have any resources to exchange for it. Ding! System notification. The host does not have enough resources to exchange for it. The system has activated the ability to force exchange. If the host is forced to exchange for it, the host can exchange one level for the right to use it once. Chapter 28-22. This was a peak-level heavenly god realm Yao celestial projection, and that person was also a superior heavenly god. At this moment, not only did the Yao celestial projection charge towards Yi Xian, but that person also charged towards him at the same time. Damn it! Yi Xian was slightly enraged, but his hands were not idle. A ball of light exploded out from the surroundings of the god-slaying sword, directly protecting Yi Xian. That powerful attack was directly blocked when it arrived at Yi Xian's side. This time, Yi Xian did not control the godslayer, but it flew out on its own. Of course, to be more precise, it was Wei Zhentian who made the move. Wei Zhentian had been residing within the godslayer all this while, and now that Yi Xian was in danger, Wei Zhentian naturally would not ignore it. When the Yao celestial projection and the superior heavenly god rushed over, Wei Zhentian did not hesitate to activate the Soul Devourer shield, blocking all of their attacks. At this time, Yi Xian was still standing there leisurely. Above his head, the god-slayer emitted a faint light, protecting Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan's brother was constantly circling Yi Xian, launching fierce attacks. Of course, it was futile. At this time, the surrounding people were also shocked. They were shocked at how Hong Yuan's brother could unleash such a powerful attack. After all, Hong Yuan's brother did not have such a powerful technique in the past. At the same time, they were even more shocked by Yi Xian's defense. Ignored. He was simply ignoring such a powerful attack. Being able to withstand the combined attacks of a peak-level heavenly god realm Yao celestial projection and a superior heavenly god was something that many people could do. There were even some who could do it more easily than Yi Xian. However, that was because they were already very strong, surpassing Hong Yuan's brother. However, Yi Xian was different. Yi Xian's strength was only at the middle grand profound realm of the first god realm. In fact, just a few months ago, he was just a true god realm trash. Qiyim, however, such a person who was obviously at an absolute disadvantage, was actually able to defend against the attack of a powerhouse who was many times stronger than him, and he did it so effortlessly. Under such circumstances, what could the surrounding onlookers say? It's that treasure, right? That sword seems very powerful. Someone said. At this time, the Godslayer was the most eye-catching of Yi Xian's performance. It could be said that the Godslayer had done all this on its own. It could be said that Yi Xian was the Godslayer sword itself. It could be said that it was manipulated. It could Yi Xian's eyes. There were many weapons and equipment. There were also many weapons that could fight god weapons. Of course, its flaws, its Zhentian heavenly weapon. If an artifact spirit was allowed to fight on its own, its power would be greatly reduced. This was something everyone knew. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would allow an artifact spirit to fight on its own unless it was absolutely necessary. But what was Yi Xian's situation now? The sword was clearly fighting on its own. How could it suppress the demon god projection and Big Brother Hong Yuan's attacks? Weapon spirits could never surpass their master's strength. This was an ironclad rule that no one could violate. They couldn't understand. Everyone was confused. They couldn't understand the current battle. They couldn't understand why Yi Xian's sword was so powerful. Yi Xian didn't want to fight. It was obvious that this guy was here for revenge because his sister had been defiled. Although this wasn't Yi Xian's doing, Yi Xian pitied him. That was why Yi Xian didn't want to fight this guy. Alright, that's enough. I've said it before, I didn't do anything to your sister. Although I don't know where you heard this news, but if I didn't do it, then I didn't do it. I, Yi Xian, will never hide anything when I do things. You didn't do it? Yi Xian, you damned guy. I saw you walk out of my sister's room with my own eyes. Don't tell me you still want to deny it. Yi Xian was amused. Saw him with his own eyes? When did you see me? Last night. Yi Xian, you don't have to deny it. Today I'll kill you. Yi Xian laughed. Last night? He didn't even leave the house last night. However, he couldn't allow this guy to continue causing trouble. Alright, I've said it before. It wasn't me. But since someone dares to defame me, no matter who it is, I'll catch them. Don't worry. I, Yi Xian, will handle your matters for you. Consider it for myself. I'll keep that person's head for you. Yi Xian said calmly as he scanned his surroundings. At this point, Yi Xian naturally understood that someone wanted to frame him. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some strength, then Hong Yuan's brother would be enough to kill Yi Xian. The person hiding in the dark had a good plan. He didn't even need to make a move to get rid of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was too good. Yi Xian wasn't someone who would allow others to take advantage of him. Back off! Yi Xian shouted. Wei Zhentian and Yi Xian understood each other. In an instant, two beams of light burst forth. Deicide slash. Yes, it was the deicide slash. In Yi Xian's hands, the god-slaying sword could only release one deicide slash at a time. But when Wei Zhentian took over control, he could release two at once. Boom, 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 boom. The two beams of light forced Hong Yuan's brother and the demon god projection to retreat. Moreover, because the god-slaying sword was bound to deal a critical blow to the demon god projection was severely injured. In fact, although Hong Yuan's brother was anxious and angry, he still had some sense of reason. From the moment Yi Xian didn't make a move, to the moment Yi Xian explained himself. Combined with his own situation, Hong Yuan's brother still had some doubts. The day before, his demon deity phantom was merely an intermediate heavenly god. However, after the incident with his sister, someone inexplicably bought him a precious treasure at an extremely low price. It was a treasure that could temporarily increase the strength of his demon deity phantom. That treasure could allow the demon god projection to unleash the strength of a peak celestial god for 2 hours. Hong Yuan's brother hadn't encountered such a good thing in the thousands of years he had spent in the training camp. Why did he encounter it yesterday? Also, it seemed that someone had deliberately led him to Hong Yuan's residence. At that time, someone had told him that his sister was in danger. That was why he had rushed over immediately. Coincidentally, just as he went over, he saw the scene of Yi Xian coming out. If Yi Xian had directly attacked him, perhaps he wouldn't have suspected anything. However, Yi Xian didn't make a move. Instead, his sword alone was enough to force him to retreat. Chapter 28-23. Divine Phoenix Primogenitor Dharma Idol High 6th Grade God King Realm? That was enough. Although there was still a gap of 2 grades between him and the enemy, don't forget that Yi Xian had the title of Honorable Rank, while the enemy only had the title of King Rank. It could be said that Yi Xian was confident in killing this person. Of course, since he knew that the other party was one of the 5 imperial clans of the demon god's domain, Yi Xian wouldn't kill him so easily. After all, doing so might attract the attention of the enemy experts. There were less than 4 hours left until he left the secret realm. Yi Xian didn't want any accidents to happen in these last 4 hours. The battlefield of the main god was not a place for individuals to show off. If they wanted to show off, they wouldn't even know how they died. For example, the guy who relied on his strength to charge into the enemy's army. So what if he was strong? Ordinary soldiers could even rely on magic treasures to overwhelm you with numbers. Therefore, even though Yi Xian had already raised his level, he was still only emitting the pressure of a high-level god king. Human brat, die. A powerful pressure suddenly exploded out from Yi Xian's body. That seemingly corporeal pressure instantly surrounded Yi Xian. As for Yi Xian's performance, he seemed to be powerless. He could only rely on his own pressure to defend in front of him. However, no matter how much more strength he used, Yi Xian was able to defend against it. Just a little bit was enough to break through Yi Xian's pressure defense. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was unable to do so. His expression changed slightly, and a moment later he actually laughed out loud. Human brat, looks like I've still underestimated you. You're not bad, you're actually able to resist the suppression of my pressure. It looks like if I want to kill you, I'll have to move my hands and feet a little. What an arrogant tone. He actually said that he'd kill Yi Xian, but he was just moving his hands and feet. Needless to say, when that fellow said such words, it actually made the people of the Kunlun Divine Region feel the same way. Even the people of the Kunlun Divine Region didn't think highly of Yi Xian. However, no one stepped forward to help. This was because Yi Xian and Ci Hao's statuses were far higher than theirs. Even if they were slightly stronger, it wouldn't be good for them to interfere in such a duel. This duel was like a confrontation between 2 armies, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, and kings against kings. And right now, Yi Xian was the king representing the Kunlun Divine Region. That Ci Hao was the king of the Demon God Divine Region. Because one of them was a law user of the Kunlun Divine Region, and the other was a member of the 5 imperial clans of the Demon God Divine Region. Therefore, it was impossible for these ordinary experts to interfere in the battle between the 2 of them, unless Yi Xian or Ci Hao gave the order to attack. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth hung a smile, but he didn't say anything. The more arrogant this fellow was, the more silent Yi Xian became. Because Yi Xian really wanted to see his expression when he was defeated. Accompanied by Ci Hao's roar, Ci Hao's figure suddenly moved and pounced towards Yi Xian. Ci Hao's original body was a world-annihilating divine phoenix, so his grasp of the law of fire was extremely strong. At the same time he moved, 10,000 divine phoenixes appeared in the sky without any warning. These divine phoenixes were actually made up of different types of fire energy. The moment they appeared, they pounced towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He instantly activated his unlimited teleportation, but the divine phoenix's speed wasn't weak either. After a moment, it caught up to Yi Xian. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A divine phoenix directly collided with Yi Xian. A scorching wave of air suddenly exploded, causing the entire area to instantly turn into lava. However, Yi Xian was slightly stunned. This divine phoenix's attack didn't seem to be very strong at all. Originally, Yi Xian was prepared to be injured because he couldn't dodge this attack. However, when the divine phoenix collided with him, Yi Xian discovered that these divine phoenixes only had their appearances. Since that was the case, then what was there for Yi Xian to be afraid of? With the god's slaughtering sword in hand, Yi Xian's figure moved. In an instant, countless figures of Yi Xian appeared in the sky. This was because Yi Xian's teleportation was too fast, leaving behind afterimages. Yi Xian was either chopping, stabbing, or slanting. The god's slaughtering sword in his hand was rapidly attacking. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. One by one, the divine phoenixes were all slashed apart. This move caused the surrounding onlookers to widen their eyes. Lord Law Envoy, what method did you use to be able to directly cut through the enemy's divine phoenix that was blessed with the power of the ancient code? This is too powerful. Why can't I tell what kind of law power the Law Envoy is using? Why does it seem to me that the Law Envoy is using his sword to kill those divine phoenixes? This doesn't make sense. Those divine phoenixes are supported by the power of the ancient code. How could they be killed by ordinary attacks? Damn it, how did that human do it? Although Lord Xiao's myriad phoenix cry isn't too powerful, it shouldn't be something that a mere first-grade god king like him can break. The key point is that human actually didn't use any power of the ancient code. How is that possible? I don't believe it. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? Everyone discussed animatedly. They were filled with disbelief that Yi Xian was able to kill those divine phoenixes so easily. Even Xiao was extremely astonished. He originally thought that just this myriad phoenix cry would be enough to injure Yi Xian, but now, it actually didn't injure Yi Xian in the slightest. Thus, he was naturally extremely puzzled. However, Yi Xian wasn't the slightest bit surprised because he didn't even feel any power of the ancient code from these divine phoenixes. In Yi Xian's eyes, these divine phoenixes were merely condensed from divine power. Even if they had different attributes, they didn't have the support of the ancient code. Could it be that breaking a divine phoenix that didn't have the support of the ancient code was something to be surprised about? However, in reality, other than Yi Xian, who couldn't tell that those divine phoenixes possessed the support of the ancient code, everyone else could tell that not only did those divine phoenixes possess the support of the ancient code, many of them also possessed the extremely powerful power of the ancient code of fire. It could be said that Xiao's mastery of the laws of fire was extremely high. His movements abruptly stopped as he looked at Yi Xian. He was also puzzled in his heart. Could it be that this fellow grasped a special magic treasure? However, Xiao quickly understood that since this fellow was a law user of the Kunlun divine domain, it was reasonable for their divine master to give him some special magic treasures. Therefore, Xiao didn't suspect anything and continued to attack. Human brat, I don't have time to waste with you. Next, you can go and die. Divine Phoenix Dharma Idol. Xiao is actually able to summon the primogenitor's Dharma idol. How is this possible? Chapter 28-24. Birdie? The progenitor image was the most powerful innate divine ability of the monster god divine realm. No matter which clan the monster god divine realm expert was, as long as they cultivated diligently, they would have the chance to summon their clan's progenitor image. Of course, the strength of the summoned progenitor image would also differ. However, summoning the progenitor image could only be performed by divine emperor realm experts. Unexpectedly, Xiao was able to summon the progenitor image before reaching the divine emperor realm. Indeed worthy of being one of the 5 imperial clans. At this moment, a black divine phoenix Dharma form suddenly appeared behind Xiao. The divine phoenix's entire body was pitch black, as if it was just a shadow. The moment the divine phoenix appeared, the entire space seemed to be on fire. On the ground, even the soil was on fire. In an instant, it turned into lava, and the sky was the same. In the blink of an eye, the sky within 10,000 miles had changed color. What was even more tyrannical was that the moment the divine phoenix appeared, the surrounding power of law actually had the ability to retreat by 30%. However, at this moment, Yi Xian was surprised to discover that he was actually able to ignore the power of the law of fire. At this moment, although Yi Xian could feel a bit of heat, he didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable or oppressed. This time, even Yi Xian himself felt that it was inconceivable. System, What's going on? Why am I not suppressed by the power of the divine phoenix law? Yi Xian had no choice but to ask the system, because he discovered that at this moment, even the divine emperor of the Kunlun divine domain couldn't help but retreat a distance away. The continuous burning from the sky to the ground let Yi Xian know that the enemy must have launched a powerful attack. But he could actually ignore it? Could it be that the enemy did it on purpose? Ding. System prompt. Insufficient data. The system is unable to provide the answer. Ding. System prompt. Detecting the host. Detection successful. Discovered that the host is affected by an unknown power, immune to all attacks from the power of law. The system suddenly notified Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. What's going on? I'm actually immune to the power of all the laws of fire? Yi Xian quickly thought about it, but couldn't remember what he'd done. However, he was immune to the power of all the laws of fire. What was going on? This time, even Yi Xian himself was puzzled. Yi Xian couldn't help but think, could it be that there's some experts secretly helping me? After all, Yi Xian couldn't think of any other reason besides this. Of course, no matter what, this was a good thing for Yi Xian. Just as Yi Xian was feeling puzzled, he launched his attack. The divine phoenix instantly flew above Yi Xian's head, circled once, then opened its mouth and spat out flames at Yi Xian. Of course, this ancestral divine phoenix Dharma idol couldn't exist forever. Moreover, the ancestral divine phoenix that Xianxia had summoned only knew this one attack. He would continue to spit out flames until all of his energy was used up. A faint smile hung on the corner of Xianxia's mouth. In his heart, he had already determined that he would definitely win this time. This was because no one had ever been able to withstand the full force attack of the divine phoenix ancestor. One had to know that the flames that were spat out possessed a powerful suppressive ability and would continue to increase in strength. Xianxia didn't believe that anyone would be able to persevere. Even if he didn't immediately turn into ashes, he would definitely be devoured by the constantly increasing power of the law of fire. However, at this moment, Yi Xian wasn't affected in the slightest. At this moment, Yi Xian only felt rather warm. Right? That's it. Yi Xian only felt a little warm. There was no pressure or injury at all. Those so-called powerful flames were only equivalent to roasting the sun for Yi Xian. They posed no threat at all. Yi Xian suspiciously raised his head to look at the divine phoenix ancestor hovering above his head. He was a little confused as to why Xianxia would launch such a useless attack. Could it be that he wanted to scare him away? After watching for a moment, Yi Xian still couldn't understand, so he turned around and took a step towards Xianxia. One step. It was just a single step, but in an instant everyone's expressions changed, including Xianxia's. The people of the Kunlun divine region were in disbelief and ecstasy. As for the people of the demon god realm, they were actually panicking and shocked. At this moment, Xianxia was the most shocked. After all, he was the most clear about the divine phoenix ancestor's Dharma idol that he had summoned. Such a powerful Dharma idol actually had no effect on that person. How was this possible? How did you do it? At this moment, because he was too shocked, Xianxia actually stuttered a little. Yi Xian indifferently glanced at Xianxia and said without a care, "You released this little bird. Do you want to roast meat for me?" Little bird. He actually called the World Annihilation Divine Phoenix Clan's Dharma idol a little bird. Not to mention Xianxia and the other people of the demon god realm, even the people of the Kunlun divine region looked at each other in dismay. Wasn't this god realm's law enforcer too overbearing? How could he insult someone else's Dharma idol like this? What was the primogenitor's Dharma idol? In the human race, it was equivalent to an ancestor's existence. If Yi Xian's words were spoken by a human, it would be as if he was calling a person's ancestor little brother. It was arrogant and domineering at the same time. He was angered by Yi Xian. However, the divine phoenix ancestor's Dharma idol in the sky was still locking onto Yi Xian as it continuously spat out flames. Yi Xian took a step forward, and the divine phoenix ancestor's flame attack followed suit. Yi Xian could ignore it, but that didn't mean that others could. Even this thorn was impossible. In the hearts of the people of the demon god realm, the power of the ancestor was a supreme power. It was also a power that was absolutely impossible to contend against. It was just like how Yi Xian had used the mysterious blood to activate the so-called ancestors' return. He was able to kill countless people from the demon god realm and scare the rest of them into fleeing. The power of the ancestor was something that no one in the demon god realm could resist. At this moment, he saw Yi Xian walk towards him with the divine phoenix ancestor's attack. That thorn actually subconsciously screamed, "You, don't come over here." He wasn't afraid of Yi Xian at all, but the divine phoenix Dharma idol above Yi Xian's head. Of course, it was more or less the same. This was because the divine phoenix Dharma idol was originally following behind Yi Xian. Every step Yi Xian took, it would follow. Yi Xian raised his brows slightly. Pretending to be a ghost, go die. Chapter 28-25. 5 million Yi Xian abruptly brandished the god-slaughtering sword, and 7 sword beams instantly charged towards the thorn. Most importantly, the 7 sword beams actually carried a portion of the power of the divine phoenix law as they charged towards the thorn. No! The thorn screamed in fear, but his body couldn't move at all. This was because, when facing the primogenitor's Dharma idol, no one in the demon god's domain could resist it. In Yi Xian's eyes, the thorn was like a fool. He gave up on all defenses and allowed the 7 sword beams to hit him. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom. In a situation where he was defenseless, Yi Xian's deity actually shattered the thorn. He couldn't be more dead. Even Yi Xian hadn't expected such an attack. He'd originally thought that no matter what, this move wouldn't be able to kill the thorn so easily. However, things had gone beyond his expectations. The thorn had actually given up on defense. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know that all of this was because the deity that Yi Xian had unleashed already carried a portion of the primogenitor's Dharma idol's attack. With a casual wave of his hand, the universe ring fell into Yi Xian's hand. As for the other people from the demon god's domain, they actually quickly fled without looking back. At this moment, because Ci Hao was already dead, the primogenitor's Dharma idol naturally disappeared as well. How could Yi Xian let go of such a good opportunity? Seeing that the time was almost up, he didn't want to return empty-handed. Thus, he immediately activated teleportation, and the other people from the Kunlun divine region also chased after him. When they killed the people from the demon god's domain, the time was finally up. A ray of light suddenly appeared on everyone's body, and all the people who were still alive were teleported out. At this moment, Mi Chu and the other divine masters were already waiting outside. Everyone who came out of the cave walked up to their respective divine masters and handed over the white jade stones they had harvested. Even though the white jade looked like it could be seen everywhere, it wasn't that easy to collect it. At this moment, the people who handed over the white jade were about the same from the Kunlun divine region and the demon god's domain. The more of them might have tens of thousands of them, and the less of them were only a few hundred. It could be said that this was something that concerned the final outcome of the war. Thus, even Mi Mo and the divine masters of the demon god's domain were observing carefully. Of course, no one would fake it now. After all, this was something that had already been negotiated from the very start. Since it was a decision that had already been made, both sides would abide by it. Whichever side obtained fewer white jade stones would be the side that would lose. At the same time, both sides had sent a person to the other side's camp. This person was the supervisor, and he would report the exact amount of white jade that both sides had. Kunlun God Region, 1,863,200. Demon God's Domain, 1,976,123. As the two supervisors kept reporting the number, everyone's attention was attracted by the sound of the numbers being reported. As more and more people handed over their white jade, it could be said that the Kunlun divine region was starting to fall into a disadvantage. Finally, the only godly venerable realm expert from the Kunlun divine region walked over. With a wave of his hand, a white jade the size of a small hill appeared. Kunlun God Region, 19,637,000. Hearing this number, many people frowned slightly because the godly venerable realm expert from the other side had yet to hand over his white jade. However, the crowd was still rather excited. One must know that this godly venerable realm expert had actually taken out more than 5 million white jade. At that moment, the godly venerable realm expert from the demon god's domain finally walked over. With a wave of his hand, a small hill appeared as well. Demon god's domain, 2,103,200. It was a difference of nearly 2 million white jade. At that moment, the master god from the demon god's domain was already smiling because he already felt that victory was within his grasp. After all, there were only less than 10 people from the Kunlun divine region, including Yi Xian, who had yet to hand over the white jade. Yi Xian lifted his feet and walked forward, ready to hand over his white jade. However, the master god from the demon god's domain's voice rang out, "Ha, Master Miyu, looks like our demon god's domain has won this battle. In that case, it would be impolite of me to refuse that item." Was the master god from the demon god's domain celebrating in advance? Well, there were only 4 God King realm experts left in the Kunlun divine region. Normally, a godly monarch would at most be able to take out 100,000 white jade stones, and that would already be considered pretty good. Therefore, even if all of them took out their jade, they would at most have 1 million or so. Indeed, it seemed like the demon god's domain had already won. After all, there were more than 10 people from the demon god's domain who had yet to hand over their white jade. Miyu furrowed his brows. In reality, even he felt that there was no hope for this battle. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had already walked over. With a casual wave of his hand, a white jade the size of a mountain suddenly appeared. In that instant, everyone turned their gazes to Yi Xian. The master god from the demon god's domain subconsciously said, "That's impossible." The meaning behind the master god's words was clear. However, he did not believe that Yi Xian, who was merely a god king, could possibly take out so many white jade. In fact, he also had to thank Ci Hao. Due to the bloodline of Ci Hao's emperor, many white jade were kept in his hands. Since Yi Xian killed Ci Hao, then Ci Hao's interspatial ring naturally fell into Yi Xian's hands. No more, no less. Yi Xian obtained 5 million. In other words, even if Yi Xian was compared to 2 hierarch experts, he was still much weaker. One should know that Yi Xian was merely a god king, yet he actually took out a number of white jade that was equivalent to that of a hierarch expert. In a split second, everyone's expression changed drastically. Kunlun Divine Domain, 24,640,000. The overseer of the demon god's sacred realm shouted in a trembling voice. As the overseer, he knew very well what this number represented. However, he had to shout it out. "Quick, take out all your white jade stones." The divine master of the demon god's domain turned around and said to his subordinates. Those people did not hesitate at all and quickly handed over their white jade. Unfortunately, it was not enough. These people only had tens of thousands of jade at most. Even if there were more than 10 of them, how could they possibly compete with Yi Xian's 5 million jade? Even the remaining people of the Kunlun Divine Domain did not need to take out the white jade because the result was already out. Divine Master of the Demon God's Domain, it seems like you were happy too early. That thing is destined to belong to me. Miyu smiled and looked at Yi Xian with eyes filled with admiration. Chapter 28-26. 12 Seeds. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to bring him a pleasant surprise. The Demon God Divine Realm's Divine Master looked at Miyu. Of course, he knew that the outcome was already determined. At this moment, unless he started a war, the outcome would be determined. However, he didn't want to start a war here. It could be said that if a war were to start, then it would be a battle to the death between the 2 divine realms. It could even be a war of extermination. The Demon God Divine Realm wasn't ready for a war of extermination, so he could only give up. Useless trash. With a wave of his hand, the Demon God Divine Realm's Divine Master instantly killed all the Demon God Divine Realm experts who participated in the treasure hunt. Even that godly venerable expert didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Yi Xian's eyes twitched slightly. Was this the power of a Divine Master? Even a godly venerable expert couldn't struggle at all. Of course, this was an internal matter of the Demon God Divine Realm. Even if the Demon God Divine Realm's Divine Master killed all his subordinates, It had nothing to do with the Kunlun Divine Realm. Retreat. The demon god Divine Realm's divine master suddenly roared before his figure immediately disappeared. Obviously, he had already left the place. Upon hearing the order, the people of the demon god Divine Realm quickly retreated from the over-god battlefield. In an instant, the people of the Kunlun Divine Realm burst into a series of excited roars. They had won this battle. After paying the price of tens of billions of people, they had finally won. Miyu looked at Yixian and revealed a rare smile. You did well this time. Here, this is your reward. After saying that, Miyu's figure also disappeared. Yixian took the universe ring. Although he didn't know what Miyu gave him, he knew that it wasn't something simple. After all, this was a reward given by Miyu, so how could it be simple? Of course, Yixian wasn't in the mood to care about this right now. Instead, he quickly returned to his own army and began to retreat with his men. A war that had lasted for hundreds of years had finally come to an end. The entire Kunlun Divine Realm was in a state of jubilation. In the following period of time, the Divine Palace Guards would distribute the rewards to the various provincial governors according to their contributions. And these rewards would be distributed to the people of their own divine domain by the provincial governors. At this moment, Yixian had already returned to the Yi sect. After such a long battle, Yixian naturally had to rest for a few days. Fei Yan had already been waiting for Yizong. During this period of time, Yixian had been fighting in the Overgod battlefield, and it could be said that the entire 9 Directions 60,000 realm was managed by Fei Yan. It was obvious that Fei Yan had taken good care of it. Young master, you're back. Fei Yan looked at Yixian as she spoke with an excited expression. At this moment, everyone from the 9 Directions 60,000 realm had already gathered at the Yi sect. At this moment, the 9 Directions 60,000 realm was no longer the 9 Directions 60,000 realm that Yixian had left. Along with the transmission of good news from the battlefield, no one in the 60,000 realm dared to be dissatisfied with Yixian in the slightest. It could be said that the current Yixian had already become the true master of the 9 Directions 60,000 realm. Congratulations on your victorious return, Lord Regional Governor. Yixian casually waved his hand and said, Let's disperse for today. I'm a little tired. I'll reward you according to your contributions in a few days. Yes, Lord Regional Governor. Naturally, no one dared to object. In fact, it was just the 9-directional 60,000 realm. Rewards based on merit were not complicated at all. After all, there was a complete system of attack, so every warrior already knew how much they would be rewarded. Sure enough, after a few days under Fei Yan's control, the rewards began to be distributed without the slightest objection. After all, because of the military contribution system, everyone already had a rough idea of how much they would receive. Kuan Buyu's performance in this battle was actually very ordinary. However, Yixian still rewarded him heavily. After all, Kuan Buyu was considered Yixian's earliest friend. While the 9 Directions 60,000 realm was celebrating, Yixian opened the reward that Miyu gave him. Yixian was very clear that the thing that Miyu gave him was probably not that simple. However, when he saw the things inside the interspatial ring, he couldn't help but be shocked. It could be said that if Yixian was an ordinary cultivator, he would probably be able to advance to the hierarch realm. Even if Yixian devoured them now, it would be enough for him to advance to the high divine emperor realm. However, there was a wooden box that interrupted this plan. In fact, it was impossible for Yixian not to pay attention to the divine box. This was because the wooden box was so eye-catching. The wooden box contained an endless amount of life energy, causing Yixian to notice it the moment he opened the interspatial ring. Yixian didn't hesitate and directly took it out. However, when Yixian opened the wooden box, he was still a little surprised. This was because there were actually 12 seeds inside the wooden box. Seed? What kind of seed was this? Yixian was a little confused. System, what are these things that you are detecting? Yixian directly asked the system. Ding. System prompt. Please pay attention. This detection will consume 5 million faith points. Does the host confirm? He actually had to consume 5 million faith points. Yixian was slightly shocked. System, how many faith points do I have right now? Ding. System prompt. The host currently has 513 points to play with. 5,130,000. However, just to investigate these seeds, it actually required 5 million? Yi Xian was a little hesitant. After all, 5 million faith points wasn't something that could be easily obtained. However, when he thought about how this thing's origins were definitely not simple, Yi Xian still gambled. Alright, confirm. Ding! System prompt. The target is the Tree of Law of the 12 main laws. Ding. System prompt. The law tree contains a large amount of law energy. Not only can it be used to comprehend the law energy, it can also improve the structure of the god power in the secret realm, repair and strengthen the law energy, etc. It was actually the seed of the law tree. Yi Xian received the sapling of the ancient law fire tree. It was just a sapling, yet it possessed such a powerful strength. Although these tree of law seeds were far from being comparable to the seedlings of the ancient law fire tree. But after all, this was also a tree of law. He'd made a huge profit. Yi Xian was overjoyed because he'd already found a good place for these tree of law. That was Yi Xian's own devouring space. It could be said that Yi Xian had always been worried about the matter of devouring space. After all, due to the uniqueness of the devouring space, the power of law, divine power, and so on inside were somewhat insufficient. In this way, the most direct manifestation was that it would not be as easy for the people living inside to advance as it was outside. Moreover, due to the insufficient power of the laws, the devouring space was rarely used in actual combat. But imagine if the devouring space was nurtured by Yi Xian to be similar to the outside world, or even surpass the outside world, what would the result be? Chapter 28-27. Planting trees. Yi Xian looked at the 12 seeds in front of him with extreme excitement. He knew very well what kind of changes these 12 seeds could bring to him and how much they could improve his devouring space. It could be said that with these 12 seeds of the law tree, Yi Xian's devouring space would definitely change greatly. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian's divine sense moved and he entered the devouring space. In the previous battle, Yi Xian had used a large amount of the devouring space's power, causing it to be damaged. This pitiful devouring space had never been peaceful during this period of time. It had been heavily injured time and time again, and Yi Xian had taken its power time and time again. When Yi Xian entered the devouring space, he saw a desolate, withered trees, collapsed mountains, dusky sky, gray earth, and the lack of laws that made people feel uncomfortable. Yi Xian couldn't help but think that he'd really asked too much of the devouring space. However, today Yi Xian was going to make it up to him and change the devouring space. Even if it was just a little bit of change, Yi Xian believed that if he continued to accumulate, the devouring space would continue to grow. System, gather all the resources. I want to plant trees. Yi Xian indifferently said to the system, but in his heart he was extremely excited. Yi Xian wanted to plant trees, so he had to gather resources. What he wanted to plant wasn't just ordinary trees, but the 12 law god trees. Following Yi Xian's orders, the system continuously gathered all of Yi Xian's resources together. These resources would become nourishment for the law tree, and at the same time, they would be used to change the devouring space. Yi Xian didn't want to be seen by the people who devoured the space. Although Yi Xian was the master of the devouring space and the god of everyone who lived here, as long as it was a human, it was inevitable that they would have selfish desires. Yi Xian didn't want to see the people in the devouring space fight because of the law tree. What he was more willing to see was that the 12 law trees would silently contribute their power of law to transform the entire devouring space. Rise. Yi Xian's divine sense enveloped the entire devouring space. Following his order, 12 different locations in the devouring space underwent a huge change at the same time. In a place that was originally just a desert, countless sand and stones quickly condensed. In the blink of an eye, a huge palace was formed. Just how big was the palace? Other than Yi Xian, no one else would be able to enter. This was because this was a huge maze with only one path to the center. Moreover, Yi Xian had set up countless formations and restrictions here at any time. At the center of the palace was a huge garden. However, in the garden, other than ordinary flowers and plants, there was only one tree. That was the Law Tree. There were a total of 3 of these palaces, each of them strange and unique. In the sky, numerous restrictions began to condense. Soon after, floating islands began to appear one after another. These floating islands were filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Moreover, Xian had used the power of the formation to connect the hundreds of lakes on the ground to the floating islands in the sky. Therefore, there shouldn't be a waterfall on the floating island, but it did. Moreover, it was flowing down the island endlessly. The waterfall was 1,000 miles long, and the silver belt covered the sky. The rainbows seemed to never disappear, making this place look like a paradise. Of course, these floating islands were also divided into 3 parts, each protecting the 3 seeds of the divine law tree. There were flowers, grass, and naturally beasts. One powerful divine beast after another appeared on these floating islands. They only had one mission, to protect the sapling of the divine law tree. Moreover, Xian had already made a new decision in his heart. That was, he would arrange for the sword attendants that he would retire to be around the sapling of the divine law tree so that they could live the rest of their lives in peace and protect the divine law tree for Xian. Of course, the most important thing was that beside these divine law trees, the pets and sword attendants that couldn't keep up with Xian's footsteps because of their aptitudes would also have the possibility of advancing once again. Since the sky and the desert had already changed, the sea would naturally change as well. The power of the laws still had differences in attributes. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, time and space, life and death, light and dark. These were the attributes of the 12 main laws, and the 3 main laws in the sky were the planes of time and space. In the desert, Xian had arranged for the power of the 3 laws of fire, earth, and wood. As for the sea, there were only 2 divine law trees, water and wood. At the bottom of the sea, Xian had used his spiritual will to construct 2 seabed dragon palaces. They were resplendent and magnificent. If the desert was a maze and the sky was a fairyland, then the bottom of the sea was noble. After arranging the 8 seeds of the divine law tree, Xian paused for a moment. Because what he was going to arrange next was the light and dark of life and death. Law of life, law of death, law of light, law of darkness. It could be said that regardless of how powerful these 4 laws were, they were still the 4 laws that had the greatest impact on devouring space and even Xian himself. Therefore, Xian had no choice but to consider where to place them. Xian didn't want others to know about the power of the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth because they were too ordinary and too important. However, at the same time, they were also the most comprehended power of the laws. Thus, Xian hid them away because the power they emitted was enough for the people in the devouring space to cultivate. The 3 great laws of time and space were too powerful. Not to mention anything else, just the laws of the plane alone. If someone wanted to obtain it, would they use the laws of the plane to challenge Xian's authority? Xian didn't know, but he didn't want his devouring space to be disturbed in the slightest. Thus, Xian hid them as well. However, Xian was more willing to let people come into contact with the 4 laws of life, death, and light, especially the law of life and death. It was extremely important to Xian. Needless to say, the 2 laws of life and death could extend the lifespan of the people in the devouring space. After all, the flow of time in the devouring space was different from the flow of time in the outside world. Xian didn't want to see the creatures in the devouring space fall one by one because their cultivation wasn't high enough, but he was powerless to do anything about it. Therefore, Xian wanted people to come into contact with this power and allow them to properly use it. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Without any warning, the people in the devouring space were stunned to discover that 2 incomparably huge mountains had suddenly appeared. On top of each mountain, there was only one palace, and within the palace, there was an endless amount of power of law. Chapter 28:28. Reign of Divine Power. Xian didn't deliberately arrange for anyone to guard that place, nor would he interfere too much with the operations of the 4 halls. Apart from informing everyone in the devouring space that they could go and approach the law tree to obtain power, Xian didn't do anything else. This was because what Yi Xian wanted was to let nature take its course. The power of the laws was a fortuitous encounter. Even in the devouring space, even if Yi Xian was the owner of the devouring space, it was impossible for him to control the power of the laws. After all, even if it was Yi Xian himself, the only thing he could do was borrow the power of the laws. Therefore, Yi Xian only left behind a fortuitous encounter in the surrounding palaces. Whoever could obtain it would depend on the luck of the person who devoured the space. The formation of the 4 palaces naturally caused countless people to exclaim in admiration. Moreover, the first group of people had already begun their challenges. Yi Xian didn't care that much because he knew that no one could enter the core of the law tree. That place was an infinite loop that Yi Xian had used his privilege as the owner of the devouring space. When you get there, you can see the law tree, but you will never be able to touch it. This was because Yi Xian had used spatial faults and overlapping spaces to create an isolation zone. Unless you could break through the restrictions of the devouring space and rely on your own strength to walk out of the devouring space, you would not be able to step into it. As for those who devoured space, no matter how strong they were all marked with the mark of devouring space. In reality, no matter how strong they were, without Yi Xian's approval, it was impossible for them to leave the devouring space. Therefore, that place was an unsolvable place. Yi Xian looked at the 4 palaces that the people of the devouring space called the Holy Land, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He knew that from this moment onwards, the entire devouring space had completely changed. Of course, there were even more important things to take care of. Even though the 12 nomological tree seeds had already been planted, it wouldn't take a day for them to take effect. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to catalyze the law tree. At the same time, he wanted to catalyze the entire devouring space. System, are you ready? If you're ready, let's begin. Yi Xian indifferently said to the system. At this moment, the system had already gathered almost all of Yi Xian's resources, spirit stones, and so on. Yi Xian wanted to make the devouring space reign, a reign of divine power. Ding, the transformation of the devouring space has officially begun. Ding, the resources have been successfully decomposed, the divine power has been successfully dispersed, the divine power rain has begun to fall. It was raining. It was drizzling throughout the entire devouring space. However, this rain was no ordinary rain. Countless people, countless beasts, and countless plants were pleasantly surprised to discover that it was the rain of divine power that was falling from the sky. The people cheered, the beasts roared, and the plants shook as they greedily absorbed the power of the rain of divine power. The entire devouring space was filled with cheers and laughter. In Yi Xian's eyes, the entire devouring space was undergoing a huge change. The sky began to clear up, the flowers, plants, and trees began to recover and even evolve. One by one, the originally ignorant wild beasts slowly gained intelligence. The light of a breakthrough illuminated the entire devouring space. At the same time, the devouring space began to slowly condense into its true shape. An isolated island, an incomparably huge island, floated high above the entire devouring space. In fact, it was the continent that devoured space, and around him was endless chaos. Those places of chaos were the places that Yi Xian would need to unlock in the future. This continent was the entire devouring space that Yi Xian possessed. However, due to the formation of the power of the laws, it finally began to clearly show that the power of the laws was constantly perfecting the entire devouring space. At the same time, the entire continent was slowly expanding towards the primal chaos zone. Of course, that speed was extremely slow. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. After all, he had plenty of time to perfect it and plenty of time to expand it. Looking down at the entire devouring space, Yi Xian discovered that something was missing. A moment later, he reacted. The sun, moon, and stars seemed to be missing from the devouring space. Logically speaking, the sun, moon, and stars would be much better if they were made with special resources or things that contain the power of the laws. However, Yi Xian had never seen anything that contained the power of the laws of the stars, the laws of the divine moon, or the laws of the divine sun. Thus, Yi Xian could only wave his hand helplessly. In an instant, the sky was dotted with countless stars. A bright moon and a blazing sun also appeared at the same time. The sun set and the moon rose, and the moon fell and the sun rose. This way, the entire devouring space could be considered to have its true appearance. Of course, at this moment, the devouring space was like a bowl with its lid on. There was only the front, not the back. The sky was round and the earth was round, but that was all Yi Xian could do right now. Those suns, moons, and stars were actually only constructed by Yi Xian using some ordinary ancient resources. They could only be used to look at, but they didn't have any real use. Of course, this was enough. Yi Xian also knew that it was impossible for him to perfect the entire devouring space in one go. After all, he didn't have that kind of powerful strength and foundation yet. It was just like the saying, eating a mouthful at a time. As for the devouring space, it had to be perfected step by step. Yi Xian continued to observe the devouring space for a while to see if he could make any adjustments. At one moment, he was moving mountains, at the other, he was transforming rivers, or he was moving entire races. In beautiful places, he was building pavilions, tall buildings, and palaces out of thin air. Just like that, he carefully and decisively carried out the transformation. Of course, the division was still necessary. After all, if different powers were to suddenly fuse together, it would only cause unnecessary danger. But this time, Yi Xian had constructed a special area at the edge of the devouring space. Prison area. This was a place that Yi Xian was prepared to use to punish his enemies. At the same time, it was also a place that was specially set up to defeat enemies that were drawn into the devouring space. Here, Yi Xian meticulously constructed a great formation and a mystical restriction. Here, it was the complete opposite of the brightness of the outside world. There was only darkness and the aura of death, poisonous gas, and strange beasts running amok. This was because this was a place that Yi Xian had prepared for his enemies. As long as someone entered this place, even if Yi Xian didn't kill them, they would still be able to experience all the hardships in the world. After doing all of this, Yi Xian withdrew his divine will from the devouring space. Chapter 28-29. 2417. Another exploration of the City of Nine Secrets. For the past 3 days, Yi Xian had been in his chambers the entire time. In the outside world, the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were silently waiting for Yi Xian to leave. After all, the Kunlun Divine Region had won the War of Overgods this time, and the Divine Master had also bestowed countless rewards. Under Yi Xian's leadership, the Kunlun Divine Region had achieved outstanding military merits. Even though the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were able to obtain their own rewards due to the military merit system, they still hoped to see Yi Xian. Seeing their esteemed Lord Regional Governor. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation as they silently looked at the tightly shut doors of the palace. They all knew that it was their Lord Regional Governor's wise leadership that allowed them to obtain such generous rewards in this war. It could be said that their harvest this time was so generous that even those ancient great forces would not be able to find a second time. Thus, the people of the 9 directions 60,000 realms were waiting for their Lord Regional Governor to appear. Look, the doors of the palace are open. It was unknown who shouted, but in an instant, countless people in the sky and on the ground quietly looked at the entrance of the palace. A moment later, a youth slowly walked out. One step at a time. However, every step seemed to be able to leave a footprint in everyone's hearts. No matter what your cultivation level was, no matter what your background was, at this moment, when you saw that youth, there was only one action. That was to kneel down and worship. Yi Xian walked out of the palace. However, as soon as he came out, he saw countless people kneeling in front of him. They were so densely packed that they covered the sky. There were probably more than 10 billion people. These people had all rushed over from the 9 directions 60,000 realms. Some of them had participated in this war, while others hadn't. However, regardless of whether they had participated in this war between the overgods or not, they could only worship Yi Xian. Greetings, Lord Regional Governor. A voice shook the entire space. It was the simultaneous shouts of 10 billion people. That was the sincere worship of 10 billion people. Row after row, row after row, 10 billion people lined up in a neat square formation, starting from the ground and reaching all the way to the clouds. Yi Xian raised his brows slightly. He hadn't expected that there would be so many people waiting for him when he walked out. Get up! Yi Xian casually waved his hand, indicating for everyone to rise. Thank you, Lord Regional Governor. 10 billion people stood up at the same time. However, it was just a small action, but it was able to cause spatial fluctuations, and even a whirlwind directly swept out from this place. These were 10 billion people, and there was no lack of experts among them. The power of 10 billion gods, how could it be that simple? Yi Xian knew why these people had come, but he didn't pay too much attention to them. Whether it was the regional governor or the law enforcer, Yi Xian didn't care too much about it. Especially now that the war between the overgods had ended. In fact, Yi Xian had already made a new decision. Yi Xian wouldn't be blinded by glory and wealth, nor would he be blinded by the reverence of these billions of people. After all, Yi Xian still had his own matters to take care of. After Yi Xian completed the overgod battlefield, the 9 directions 60,000 realms were actually already prepared to leave. Yi Xian looked around and smiled as he looked at the excited people. I know what everyone is here to do, but I don't like such formalities. Disperse and cultivate well. As long as you work hard, I will naturally see it in my eyes and will naturally reward you. Yi Xian's words were extremely calm. He didn't make any passionate speeches, and he didn't even say a single word to Yi Xian. However, it was precisely these calm words that were truly convincing. They were all gods, and they all wanted to become stronger. Thus, there weren't many words, and Yi Xian's words were the truth. Cultivate well. What should be yours will be given to you. This was Yi Xian's promise, and it was also Yi Xian's encouragement. It was just such a calm sentence, but it was enough to make the experts of the 9 directions 60,000 realms understand Yi Xian's intentions. This was also the result they wanted. Disperse. Yi Xian waved his hand again, ending the meeting. This was the first time Yi Xian had faced his own people as the provincial governor of the 9 directions 60,000 realms. It was obvious that the effect was extremely good. After receiving Yi Xian's order, streaks of light appeared like a meteor shower. Those were countless experts leaving this place. Only after everyone had left did Yi Xian walk forward with a smile. There were many things that were still waiting for Yi Xian to do. However, right now, Yi Xian was going to the 9 Secrets City once again. Most of the strength of the organization had been wiped out, but there was still one place that needed to be dealt with, and that was the fragment of the headquarters of the ancient organization that had been destroyed in the Middle Ages. Of course, with Yi Xian's current strength, he probably didn't even have a way to enter. After all, that place was protected by the laws of primal chaos. However, just because Yi Xian couldn't enter now didn't mean that he'd forgotten where it was. Yi Xian was waiting for an opportunity, or perhaps it could be said that it was a fortuitous encounter. The god realm was so big that even a treasure like the seed of the law tree could be used. Then, it wouldn't be strange for a treasure to appear that could break through the seal of the laws of primal chaos and enter that space. Of course, being able to enter that place and eliminating the members of the ancient organization were two different things. Yi Xian was very clear about this in his heart, so this time, he didn't go to explore the first secret realm that he already knew what was contained within. It was the second one. Because Yi Xian was constantly fighting in the 9 secret realms, he didn't have the time to deal with them. Right now, Yi Xian had a lot of time to explore them one by one. The last time he obtained several Dharma idols, they were all fused into the bloodline of the 10,000 sovereigns. This was Yi Xian's confidence. This time, Yi Xian didn't bring anyone with him as he walked towards the second secret realm by himself. The second secret realm was different from the first secret realm. At the very least, the first secret realm had some things from Tai Sua. However, the second secret realm, or more accurately, the remaining 8 great death realms, actually had no clues. It wasn't that no one had entered before, but they all died. Yi Xian didn't have much confidence. It could be said that entering the second secret realm was a decision he made after thinking for a long time. This was because in the second secret realm, It was the only secret realm that someone had come out alive. Even though the people who came out seemed to have suffered some kind of great shock, they were basically either crazy or stupid. Yi Xian wasn't completely confident that he'd be able to enter the second secret realm with his first-grade divine king cultivation, but that didn't mean that he'd give up. Chapter 28:30. The second secret realm. Could it be that Yi Xian's goal was to sit at home and peacefully be his provincial governor? What Yi Xian pursued was great power, because Yi Xian still had things he wanted to do. For example, find Luo Luo. However, after entering the god realm for so long, other than knowing that Luo Luo was in the demon god's domain, Yi Xian didn't have any other clues. After living a peaceful and stable life for too long, Yi Xian knew that he couldn't continue like this. If he wanted to obtain strength, he could only fight for it himself. The War of the Gods domain was indeed a place that could quickly increase one's strength. However, the War of the Gods domain was something that only happened once in hundreds of thousands of years. Could it be that Yi Xian was still sitting here and waiting for hundreds of thousands of years? Step by step, Yi Xian directly stepped into the second secret realm. At the beginning, there wasn't anything worth paying attention to in the second secret realm. It was different from the other secret realms. After entering the second secret realm, Yi Xian seemed to have entered a dark cave. It was dark and quiet. Other than Yi Xian's footsteps, there didn't seem to be anything else here. However, there was something strange that caused Yi Xian to be on guard. That was, in this place, Yi Xian's spiritual will was restricted by a mysterious power. It could be said that Yi Xian's divine will could only detect the wall, but it couldn't penetrate it at all. The most important thing was that he didn't even know what that wall was. The other thing was the pressure. Within the cave, with every step Yi Xian took, the pressure would increase by a bit. This feeling was as if the second secret realm was simply a place that didn't want to be disturbed by others. Therefore, it used pressure to try to force people to leave. However, was that really the case? Was this place that was called the Realm of Death really that simple? He just wanted to rely on pressure to force Yi Xian back? Yi Xian walked forward step by step. At this moment, faint beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. This was because the pressure in the second secret realm was simply too strong. This feeling of constantly increasing pressure was truly unbearable. It wasn't the pressure itself, but the boundless feeling. Even Yi Xian couldn't help but want to turn around and return. It was as if a voice was constantly hinting in Yi Xian's ear. Go back. As long as he turned his head back, he would no longer have to endure such a powerful pressure. In fact, Yi Xian had indeed twisted his body. When he no longer headed towards the second secret realm, it was as if all the pressure had disappeared in an instant. That feeling was truly comfortable. However, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. No matter what kind of obstacles there were in the second secret realm, since Yi Xian had already decided to enter, then he wouldn't give up. I want to see just what kind of secrets are hidden inside. Yi Xian bit his lip as he muttered to himself. In an instant, this sentence seemed to be spread out infinitely. It echoed in the cave time and time again. The sound echoed again and again, getting smaller and smaller. Anyone with a bit of common sense would know that this meant that there was still an endless distance in front of the cave. Yi Xian frowned slightly, but he wasn't afraid as he continued to take a step forward. Previous chapter. Next chapter, boom! A powerful pressure instantly descended onto Yi Xian's body. As he moved further and further away, the pressure on Yi Xian's body grew stronger and stronger. Fortunately, the pressure here did not contain any killing intent. It was just pure pressure. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, how could things be that simple? Yi Xian took another step forward. In an instant, an incomparably violent killing intent exploded out. The killing intent was wrapped within the pressure, and in that instant, countless illusions actually appeared in front of Yi Xian. They were all people that Yi Xian had once killed. Headless enemies, broken enemies, split in half, and even enemies that had already become minced meat. Countless voices sounded out beside Yi Xian. Return my life. You deserve to die. We're so lonely. Come and accompany us. Countless voices exploded in an instant, accompanied by an incomparably powerful killing intent. It could be said that Yi Xian's entire body was drenched in cold sweat in an instant. Ding, the host has been affected by the illusion, it is being automatically removed. Ding, the illusion has been cleared. Illusion. It was actually just an illusion. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body was drenched in sweat. Although it was only in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian truly felt what fear was. Originally, other than these voices, these illusions, and the powerful pressure and killing intent, this place could actually expand the fear of the person who entered. Yi Xian finally understood why someone was able to successfully walk out of this place. Moreover, once they left, they would either go crazy or become stupid. He had been scared out of his wits on this road. Even Yi Xian, with his powerful mind and the protection of the system, almost fell for it, let alone the others. This wasn't a matter of realm or cultivation at all. On this path, what those who entered needed to defeat the most was not some pressure or killing intent illusion, but rather what they needed to defeat was themselves. Their own inner demons. Which expert didn't kill people? No matter what was right or wrong, it was inevitable that a shadow would be left in their hearts. Normally, these shadows wouldn't have the slightest effect on him. In fact, like Yi Xian, he never felt that he'd killed any innocent people. However, in the cave of the second secret realm, there was a strange power that would constantly affect the judgment of those who entered. When the person who entered was completely focused on resisting the pressure, a powerful killing intent and illusions suddenly exploded out. It was likely that not many people would be able to withstand it. There was only one consequence of not being able to see through it, and that was to be infected by those negative emotions, or even to the point of occupying one's divine sense. Not to mention occupying one's divine sense, even if it was only a little bit, it would still be expanded time and time again because of the uniqueness of this place. The final result was to be devoured by negative emotions. This place could infinitely magnify the inner demons in one's heart. The first test of the second secret realm was the test of one's own inner demons. If one wanted to pass, then one either had an incomparably strong mind or had never done anything with a clear conscience. That sudden explosion was enough to cause anyone who entered the 9th floor and above to be directly washed out, regardless of their cultivation. Fortunately, the system prompted him to come into contact with the illusion. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have died here as well. Yi Xian frowned. However, he didn't hesitate at all and continued walking forward. Chapter 2831. 2419. The test the first time was someone Yi Xian killed. The second time was someone by Yi Xian's side who died in vain. The third time was someone Yi Xian was familiar with. Fortunately, no matter who they were, as long as they were illusions, the system would immediately come into contact with them. This place is very interesting. The first time, it scared you to death. The second time, it made you feel guilty to death. The third time, it made you fall into the sorrow of longing. It seems like this second secret realm was built by someone and not formed naturally. Yi Xian said indifferently with a smile on his face. It seemed that he'd already grasped some special changes in the second secret realm. Continue forward. Once Yi Xian figured this out, his mood naturally became much more relaxed. It was unknown if it was because Yi Xian had already comprehended it or if there weren't any obstructions to begin with. In short, Yi Xian's progress was exceptionally smooth. Until Yi Xian saw a ray of light. That ray of light represented the exit. Yi Xian turned around and looked at the dark cave. He sighed with emotion in his heart. In fact, this kind of test was truly difficult. Compared to fighting and killing, this kind of existence that induced one's own negative emotions was more of a threat to those who entered. After all, this test required those who entered to defeat their own inner demons. In fact, it even strengthened the inner demons by several times. Yi Xian walked out of the cave with a step, only to discover that the flash behind him suddenly flickered and then disappeared. In front of Yi Xian, there were dozens of circular platforms. There was no introduction, but the layout of the platforms was almost exactly the same. On the left side, there were either magic treasures, formations, restrictions, divine talismans, puppet beasts, and so on. However, on the right side, there were piles of materials and tools needed for refining. This was actually the second stage of the test? Yi Xian was extremely astonished. It had to be known that this was the first time Yi Xian had encountered such a test. The most important thing was that it was so comprehensive. This second stage was simply to test the profession of the person who entered. If he wanted to enter the next platform, he would have to refine the items on the platform he was standing on. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Yi Xian really didn't have anything to worry about regarding his secondary profession. After all, in reality, his secondary profession could be considered very comprehensive. Even if he didn't understand much, there was still the system. Yi Xian stood on the first platform. On top of it was a pill, and the refining materials were all prepared. 2 chances. Yi Xian had 2 chances to refine that pill. What would the result be if he failed? Yi Xian didn't even consider it because he knew that he would definitely pass. In fact, in Yi Xian's heart, this was no different from giving away treasures. This was because no matter what Yi Xian refined, with the help of the system, he would succeed in one go. As for the remaining materials, wouldn't that mean that Yi Xian would have all of them? There were no rules here, saying that the remaining materials could not be taken away. Azure Sky Pill? Trash pills. Yi Xian casually glanced at the pill and casually waved his hand. Countless materials were quickly processed by him at the same time. In the blink of an eye, he had already successfully passed. On the second platform, Yi Xian was still too lazy to take another look at refining a divine armament. This was because it was too simple. One platform after another was continuously broken by Yi Xian, but as he walked forward, the requirements became higher and higher. However, this was all within Yi Xian's expectations. It would be strange if all the platform's tests were of the same level. Until the last platform. At this moment, when Yi Xian stood on the last platform, he couldn't help but smile. This test was really interesting because there was actually nothing on the last platform. All there was an altar. The meaning of this test couldn't be more obvious. He was going to take out the resources he had accumulated from the previous platforms and then refine something of the highest quality. If he passed, then he would pass. If he didn't, then he would stay. Yi Xian couldn't help but think that if there really was a genius that passed through these platforms, but didn't have the ability or didn't care about those materials, then what kind of expression would they have when they reached the last platform? The person who designed this second stage of the test really knew how to scheme. Of course, all of this was impossible for Yi Xian. With a thought, Yi Xian directly had the system choose the method to refine the highest quality magic treasure at the lowest price. This was a divine talisman, an ancient divine talisman. To be precise, it was one of the 10 great ancient ancestral talismans of the divine talisman race. The reason he chose this divine talisman was very simple. It was because his quality was already qualified, and the materials he needed were the least. Yi Xian spent 4 hours. With the help of the system, he finally refined the divine talisman and placed it on the altar. The only thing left to do was to wait. Whether or not he could pass the test, he could only wait. Of course, Yi Xian also had a worry in his heart. He was worried that there was no longer anyone in charge of this place. If that was the case, then no matter what kind of powerful thing Yi Xian refined, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Fortunately, the appearance of a ray of light dispelled Yi Xian's doubts. This light constantly twisted and turned in the sky, making it impossible for people to know where its source was. However, it gave Yi Xian the feeling that the light seemed to be a formation. The light shone on the divine talisman that Yi Xian had refined, as if it was analyzing it. A moment later, a medallion suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. However, when Yi Xian saw the words on the medallion, he was slightly astonished. Proof of identity of a low-level trial taker. It was only a few short words. What Yi Xian cared about wasn't the sudden appearance of the medallion, but the 3 words low-level trial taker on it. One had to know that there were probably not many people in the entire God realm who could refine the 10 great ancient divine talismans of the divine talisman race. Even the divine talisman race themselves might not be able to refine them. However, Yi Xian had only obtained the identity of a beginner trial taker by using this item to pass the test. Then what did a high-level trial taker need in order to pass? At this moment, Yi Xian instantly understood the era that the second secret realm was originally in. It was likely that Yi Xian had unintentionally entered an ancient secret realm. This was an ancient secret realm. A legendary existence. Not to mention Yi Xian, even the Kunlun Divine Domain's Divine Master, Miyu, didn't know if they had the fortune to enter an ancient secret realm. Who would have thought that this time, Yi Xian would actually enter an ancient secret realm? Although Yi Xian didn't have enough reason to prove his guess. Chapter 28:32. Overlapping coexisting space. At the same time that Yi Xian was overjoyed, he was also quite worried. The power of the ancient era was simply too powerful. It was an era that belonged to legends. At that time, there were countless experts. Then, was it a blessing or a curse for Yi Xian to enter the ancient era's test? However, whether it was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't avoid it. Now that Yi Xian had already reached this step, there was no room for maneuver. Other than bracing himself and continuing on, he had no other choice. After all, the path he came from had already disappeared. The only choice left for Yi Xian was to advance. Suddenly, a ray of light suddenly focused on Yi Xian's body. Before Yi Xian could even react, he discovered that he was being forcefully teleported. It was different from the teleportation array. After all, the teleportation array allowed one to choose their own target and then teleport. As for the teleportation of this light, it was a mysterious force that enveloped Yi Xian, as if it wanted to bring him somewhere. Yi Xian didn't know where he was going to bring Yi Xian, but he knew that it was best not to try to defend against it. Since he already understood that the second secret realm was a trial ground, then why would Yi Xian need to defend against it? Very quickly, Yi Xian appeared in front of a palace. And this was the third stage. Yi Xian carefully observed the palace in front of him. The style of this palace was clearly different from any of the buildings Yi Xian had seen in the God realm. This was a palace that was built towards the ground. It was as if a huge hole had been dug out and then built layer by layer. However, the key point was that there was an independent floating space on each level. Once Yi Xian entered a certain level, he would actually be in a floating space that was like a floating island. Yi Xian could clearly see the entrance to the next level. If he didn't use his spiritual will, then Yi Xian would really be walking down the stairs step by step. However, once his spiritual will was released, what Yi Xian saw through it was a huge continent. On these continents, there were birds and beasts, as well as countless buildings. Overlapping space. Moreover, unlike other overlapping spaces, this overlapping space was also a coexisting space. If Yi Xian wanted to go to any space, he didn't need to make any unnecessary movements. He only needed to switch the way he saw it. Looking with one's eyes and looking with one's spiritual will were two completely different concepts. What if I don't use my eyes, and I don't use my spiritual will? Suddenly, Yi Xian thought of this possibility. Thus, he closed his eyes and closed his spiritual will, hoping to use his own body to feel it. Yi Xian's body suddenly stiffened. Sure enough, it was another overlapped space. Once he didn't use his eyes or spiritual will to look, Yi Xian's body seemed to be in a cage that was sealed on all sides. No matter which direction Yi Xian went in, he would only be able to take 3 steps at most before hitting a wall. Just how many layers are there in this overlapping space? Yi Xian was overwhelmed with shock. At the same time, he was incomparably puzzled. Whether it was an overlapping space or a coexisting space, it was already very young. However, Yi Xian had never seen an overlapping space before. Wait a minute, if the time is different, will there be a change? Yi Xian couldn't help but think. Yi Xian didn't comprehend the laws of time, but that didn't mean that the system couldn't do it. After paying a certain price, Yi Xian gave himself the chance to use the laws of time for 1 second. In the next second, Yi Xian only allowed himself to use the laws of time to enter the next second. Sure enough, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically because he discovered that once he used the power of the laws of time, the overlapping space would also change at the same time. In other words, this place was simply a mysterious existence with countless overlapping spaces and coexisting spaces. Yi Xian had enough reason to believe that such a method had long since been lost in the God realm. To be able to possess such a method, then it could only be from the ancient times. Moreover, it was an expert from the ancient times. Just what kind of place had Xian entered? Just what kind of unknown awaited him? At this moment, even Xian didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. He was even considering whether or not he should continue forward. However, even if Xian regretted it, he didn't have the chance because all paths of retreat had already been sealed. Xian only had one choice: to continue forward. Xian didn't know what was waiting for him in front of him. However, the only thing he was sure of was that if it was a fortuitous encounter, it would definitely be a great one. Of course, if it was dangerous, it would definitely be a great crisis. This was because this place was simply too special. Xian originally thought that there would be some sort of test in the third stage, so he carefully advanced. It could be said that he was thinking about every step he took. However, Xian never imagined that there wouldn't be any tests in the third stage. Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In this stage, there really was a corridor. It wasn't until Xian arrived at the bottom level that he realized this. At this moment, when Xian stood on the lowest level of the platform, he revealed a helpless expression. It was just a corridor. Why did it have to be so miraculous, causing Xian to be extremely careful and on edge? At this moment, there were two doors in front of Xian. However, what surprised Xian was that these two doors weren't the doors that people usually saw, but the Gate of Law. This door was completely constructed from the laws. If Xian didn't already know about the uniqueness of this place, he might even suspect that it was formed naturally. It could be said that the form of this door was no different from an ordinary door. However, there was a huge difference in appearance. From time to time, there would be flashes of light above the door. That light was the light of law. Xian could clearly see the light of law, and he could also clearly feel the power of law within the light. However, Xian fell into deep thought as to how to open the Gate of Law. The two gates of law had different powers of law. Moreover, one had to think about which door to enter. System, detect what the power of law is in those two doors. Xian said to the system. If he wanted to make a choice, then he had to first understand what law it was. Ding. System notification. The law gate on the left is the law of life, healing, and recovery. Ding. System notification. The law gate on the right is the law of darkness, and abyss. Xian frowned slightly. Each door had the power of 3 laws. However, it was obvious that these 3 laws had a certain degree of coherence and were opposed to each other. Chapter 28:33. Ancient Ruins. Xian didn't hesitate much and directly chose the door on the left. It could be said that if one chose the door on the right, they would possess the power of the laws of darkness, and the abyss. In that case, they would possess an extremely powerful concealment ability and a certain amount of combat strength. As for the law gate on the left, it had a strong ability to continue fighting. Xian didn't know if walking into the law gate meant that he would be able to possess such a power of law. However, as long as there was a slight possibility, Xian would choose it. When he arrived at the door, Xian was somewhat worried. He didn't know how to push open the door. It was impossible to directly walk in, and it was also impossible to push or pull. Then what should he do? After pondering for a moment, he realized that he had no clue. Xian didn't care about it and directly extended his hand. In just an instant, Xian clearly felt the powerful power of the laws. It felt as though the power of 3 types of laws was entwined in his hand. Xian didn't grasp any of these laws. At this moment, Xian didn't use any of them. Instead, he started to comprehend them with his heart. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to host for comprehending the law of life. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to host for comprehending the law of healing. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to host for comprehending the law of recovery. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. For 3 months, Xian remained motionless in that position. But along with the system's notification, Xian woke up. At this moment, Xian was rather excited. After all, it was difficult for him to not be excited after comprehending 3 types of law energy at once. One had to know that in the outside world, not to mention 3 types of law energy, Even if it was just one type of law energy, and it was just a chance to comprehend it, it would still cause a battle. But at this moment, Yi Xian was actually able to comprehend it so easily. There was no danger, and it didn't even take too much time. Could it be that this was the reward? Yi Xian couldn't help but think in his heart. After all, everything that had happened now couldn't allow Yi Xian to not go in this direction. After all, this surprise was simply too great. After grasping the power of these three laws, Yi Xian naturally knew the way to enter the Gate of Laws. Actually, this Gate of Laws was just an existence equivalent to a filter. Those who possessed the power of three laws at the same time could directly enter. Therefore, the current Yi Xian only needed to raise his foot and enter. Of course, it was simple for Yi Xian, but if it were anyone else, it wouldn't be so simple. Yi Xian possessed an eternal bloodline, and he'd also activated a special talent. Yi Xian could comprehend any law. As long as Yi Xian was given the chance and time, then no matter what law it was, Yi Xian would be able to grasp it. However, others couldn't. Generally speaking, no matter how talented you were, it was impossible for you to possess too many laws at the same time. This was because there was a mutually exclusive relationship between the laws. Moreover, it wasn't just a specific rejection, but a complete rejection. If it was an ordinary person, if they comprehended the power of a law, they might be able to develop a branch of the power of a law. However, if they wanted to comprehend the power of other laws, it would be extremely difficult. It was even more impossible to comprehend a mutually exclusive power. Only Yi Xian's special bloodline, could possess such a miraculous ability. He could ignore the rules of the laws and comprehend any power of the laws at will. When Yi Xian walked into the Gate of Laws, what he saw caused him to be incomparably shocked. 3 halls. There were only 3 halls here. When Yi Xian entered, there was also a huge stone tablet. He didn't know what material the stone tablet was made of, but he was sure that it was definitely not ordinary. This was because in this secret realm that had existed for tens of thousands of years, the fact that the stone tablet was still able to maintain its undamaged appearance meant that it was special. There were ancient words recorded on the stone tablet. It could be said that there weren't many people in the current god realm that knew these words. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know them either. System, what is written on this stone tablet? Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't need to get to know him. Ding, system prompt, data collection in progress. Ding, system prompt, text analysis in progress. Ding, analysis successful. Does the host wish to check it immediately? Of course he had to check. There were no creatures or records in this secret realm. This stone tablet could be considered the only record that Yi Xian could find. Very quickly, the words were translated. Only after Yi Xian saw it did he know where this place was. Only then did he know what kind of existence this place was. The stone tablet recorded that in ancient times, there were countless experts. Naturally, there were also countless sections. The righteous and evil forces were the same. This secret realm was originally just a secret realm that wasn't too strange, but because of a war, it became quite strange. The Nature Divine Palace and the Darkness Divine Palace had always been 2 opposing forces. Perhaps in terms of strength, the strength of the 2 divine palaces was not too outstanding, but they also had their own uniqueness. Because of the disagreement in their ideals, the 2 divine palaces had been fighting for millions of years before the twilight of the gods. The stone tablet recorded the last battle. Unfortunately, it wasn't a war between the 2 divine palaces. Instead, a mysterious organization attacked the 2 divine palaces at the same time for the 2 ancient weapons that the 2 divine palaces were guarding. Who would have thought that the 2 opposing forces that had been fighting for millions of years would join forces to fight against the enemy? Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong. Even if the 2 divine palaces joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Powerhouses fell one after another, and the 2 great shrines were in imminent danger. But at this time, the protector appeared. There was no record of what the guardian was, but from their words, Yi Xian could tell that the 2 divine palaces and even the superpowers were incomparably afraid of the guardian. The guardian had mediated this war, but as the price, he had to take away 2 ancient weapons. The 2 divine halls naturally wouldn't be willing. So after some discussion, they activated the ancient weapons and sealed off the secret realm. It could be said that this was a choice of mutual destruction, and the truth was as such. Now that Yi Xian had arrived here, he couldn't see any more living people. This was the best example. The stone tablet recorded the uniqueness of this secret realm. It was that those who possessed the physique of complete laws could enter, but at the same time, they were also marked. In fact, Yi Xian could already feel two rays of light revolving around his divine deity, one black and one green. There was a forced contract on the stone tablet. Those who entered this place would obtain all the treasures of the two divine halls, but at the same time, they would also bear the responsibility of destroying the mysterious force. Of course, there was also the guardian. According to the contents of the contract, if Yi Xian couldn't do it within 10,000 years, then he would be devoured by the two rays of light and perish. Chapter 28:34. Supreme God, damn it! Could it be that these two so-called shrines have a collective mental disorder? Yi Xian said angrily after reading the contents of the stone tablet. In Yi Xian's eyes, the actions of these two shrines were truly too paranoid. They had placed all their hopes on the people who had entered. This was an extremely risky action. Who could guarantee that the people who entered would have the strength to defeat the two great powers? In that case, wouldn't it be more than dragging a genius to accompany them in death? Even in ancient times, he was definitely a rare genius with a physique that was full of laws. Furthermore, having two shackles engraved on his divine deity was something that no one would be able to accept. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the chance to choose at all. Now that the matter was settled, the two shackles had silently formed from the moment Yi Xian entered the Gate of Laws. And this method was the legendary law contract. Yi Xian had once heard of the law contract. It was said that some experts could use some sort of secret technique to use the power of the laws to set up a contract that was supervised by the laws. Once the contract was formed, it would automatically take effect. The result of violating the contract was that the power of the laws would be stripped away, and it was even possible for the divine deity to shatter. However, this kind of method was, after all, a method that only a legendary expert possessed. Yi Xian just didn't expect that he would encounter a legendary law contract when he was only at the Divine King realm. One had to know that even the Divine Lord, Miemo, had never seen such power before. The law contract was no longer as simple as borrowing the power of the laws. It could only be done by communicating with the laws. It could be said that these were two different realms of existence. Generally speaking, that level was called the Supreme God. To be more precise, it should be the Supreme Divine Lord. Supreme Divine Lord. If Miemo could break through, then he would be able to enter that level. However, Yi Xian was only a mere God King. Moreover, he was only a Tier 1 God King, yet he had already come into contact with something on the level of a Supreme God. He didn't know whether Yi Xian should laugh or cry. Regardless of whether he cried or laughed, the outcome was already set in stone. Therefore, Yi Xian could only accept it. Yi Xian walked towards the hall step by step, cursing in his heart. To put it bluntly, this secret realm can only be entered by people with complete physiques of the laws. However, in order to confuse people, they created a few tests. What kind of contract is this? This is simply luring people in. The Shameless Nature Divine Palace, the Shameless Darkness Divine Palace, they actually used such a method to trick me. Yi Xian was extremely unwilling. After all, the actions of the two great halls were truly unworthy of their status as ancient experts. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was powerless to do anything. Fortunately, 10,000 years was enough for Yi Xian. After all, this was already something that happened in ancient times. In fact, it was possible that those two powers had already disappeared. Perhaps Yi Xian was just taking advantage of them for free. However, even now, Yi Xian didn't even know who the other force was apart from knowing that there was a guardian. This time, Yi Xian was rather confused when he searched for treasures in the secret realm. Soon, Yi Xian walked into the hall. There was no protection in the hall. It was obvious that everything here was waiting for Yi Xian to obtain it. However, only after Yi Xian entered did he realize that there wasn't anything important at all. Once one entered the hall, they would discover that the hall was actually divided into two in the middle. The so-called Nature Divine Palace and the Darkness Divine Palace had long since merged together. In other words, even if Yi Xian entered from the other side, he would still be here. The test of the Gate of Laws was only to test whether or not Yi Xian truly had a physique of the laws. Once one entered the hall, the most eye-catching thing was naturally the two ancient weapons in the hall. These two ancient hilts looked like long swords, but the material seemed to be ordinary stone. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't believe that they were really two stone swords. If the two great halls were actually protecting two stone swords, then Yi Xian probably wouldn't believe anything he said. There was something strange about these two stone swords. Yi Xian directly walked over. After all, the two stone swords were specifically mentioned on the stone tablet, so it was obvious that they weren't ordinary. However, this time, Yi Xian ran into a wall. In front of the two stone swords, there was actually an invisible formation that prevented Yi Xian from approaching. The treasure was right in front of him, but Yi Xian couldn't walk over. This feeling was truly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a ray of light erupted from the two divine swords at the same time. At the same time, the door that Yi Xian entered closed with a bang. A ray of light shot in front of Yi Xian. Within the light, an aged voice sounded out. "You're finally here." These words seemed to mean that he'd waited for Yi Xian for a long time, but Yi Xian knew very well that this voice would probably say the same thing to anyone who entered this place. This was because Yi Xian could already tell that this was just a Dharma idol. Moreover, it was the kind of Dharma idol that didn't have any abilities and could only be used to transmit certain information. Sure enough, before Yi Xian could speak, the voice continued. "Fated person, for you to be able to come here, I believe you already know your mission. From the moment you walked in here, you no longer have a choice. Accepting the mission is your only choice, and in order to increase your strength, we used our last bit of strength to set up this ultimate examination. Fated person, please forgive us for having no choice but to treat you with caution. After all, you are our only hope. This hall, this secret realm, will only accept one person, and you are our only hope. Fated person, from this moment onwards, if you want to leave, you can only pass our test. Please work hard for us and for yourself." At this moment, Yi Xian had the urge to curse because he seemed to have been forced to sign a law contract. Just now, he was forced to sign a law contract, and now he was forced to undergo some 6 tests. This kind of feeling was extremely unpleasant. However, Yi Xian couldn't do anything about it. After all, this was a secret realm set up by an ancient expert. With Yi Xian's current strength, how could he possibly do anything to it? Suddenly, the environment in front of Yi Xian slowly began to change. This wasn't teleportation. Yi Xian was very clear about this. It was an overlapping space. This place was actually also an overlapping space. At this moment, Yi Xian was still standing on the same spot without any changes. What changed was the surrounding environment. To be precise, it brought Yi Xian into another coexisting space. Chapter 28:35. Sudden attack. What exactly were the 6 tests? Yi Xian didn't know at the moment. Perhaps these 6 tests were referring to 6 different tests, or perhaps they were referring to the comprehensive test of the 6 types of law energy. Yi Xian didn't know. Therefore Yi Xian could only wait. Fortunately, the wait didn't last too long. When the Dharma idol finally finished complaining and the overlapping space finally finished switching, Yi Xian began the first test. At this moment, the environment that Yi Xian was in was an extremely strange space. Around Yi Xian were numerous enormous mountains. Vaguely, one could see the luxurious palaces on the mountaintops. However, there was only one path in front of Yi Xian, a path that could only be walked. After entering the overlapping space, Yi Xian discovered that he couldn't fly at all. It wasn't that there was a restriction, or that there was some sort of suppression. Instead, here, it seemed to be just a flat surface. Simply put, in the outside world, there was a height, but here, there was no height. The so-called height was only the height that could be seen with the naked eye, but it could only be as high as it could be. It was impossible for it to rise any higher. Of course, this was also a restriction of the power of law. Two-dimensional power of law. It was an extremely rare type of power of law. Its effect was to transform length, width, and height into only length and width, without any height. In such a strange space, it was impossible for Yi Xian to be able to face it calmly without panicking at all. However, Yi Xian was very clear that no matter what he thought, there was one thing he could be sure of, and that was that he could only accept it. How could the ultimate test that the two great shrines had condensed with their final strength be that simple? It was almost impossible for Yi Xian to walk over with his current strength. Fated one, please move forward. Your first test is to walk through this path to the heavens. A voice rang out, indicating the beginning of the test. Yi Xian looked at the path in front of him, but he was slightly shocked in his heart. He was afraid that this path wouldn't be easy to walk on. Sure enough, when Yi Xian took his first step, a change immediately occurred. Suddenly, countless Dharma idols condensed on both sides of the so-called path to the heavens. These Dharma idols all appeared incomparably solemn, and their eyes were all locked onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian subconsciously stopped in his tracks. The feeling of being stared at by countless powerful gazes wasn't easy to bear. However, Yi Xian no longer had a choice. This was because after Yi Xian took his first step, the space behind him had already transformed into an endless void. All paths of retreat had been lost. Bracing himself, Yi Xian could only continue walking forward. The god-slaughtering sword was already in Yi Xian's hand. No matter what kind of unknown existence was in front of him, Yi Xian would still be able to pass through it. Roar! A loud roar sounded out. Dozens of divine beasts suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Their appearance was without any warning, but there was no doubt that their bodies were powerful. Hoo-hoo! As soon as these divine beasts appeared, they attacked without pause. From the mouths of each divine beast, powerful rays of light shot out. These rays of light were of different colors, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were incomparably powerful. Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian had already fallen into danger. That powerful attack caused Yi Xian to have no choice but to dodge. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that any attack would be enough to take his life. At the same time, a yellow zone of light appeared in front of Yi Xian. Strangely, the attacks of the divine beasts didn't enter the yellow zone. Yi Xian was slightly shocked at first, but then he fell into doubt. What was going on? If those divine beasts wanted to attack him, why wouldn't he attack when he was in the yellow zone? If it wasn't an attack, then such powerful rays of light couldn't be for Yi Xian to see, right? What was going on? For a moment, Yi Xian was unable to react. System, detect the situation here. What's so special about this place? Helpless, Yi Xian could only ask the system. Ding. System prompt. Please note, the current conditions are insufficient. The system is unable to determine. Insufficient conditions? Yi Xian slightly frowned. Yi Xian understood what the system meant. Simply put, Yi Xian didn't provide any valid data to the system at all, so the system had no way of determining what was going on. Now that the system couldn't be counted on, who else could Yi Xian count on? It seemed that Yi Xian was the only one who could continue this test. However, how was he going to deal with this? The powerful attack made Yi Xian very clear that he was powerless to resist it head-on. He couldn't possibly be trapped here forever, right? Suddenly Yi Xian raised his brows because he discovered something special. The attacks of these divine beasts seemed to be fixed. Moreover, although countless divine beasts interweaved and attacked, there would always be a gap between them. Could it be that the test this time was to test one's dodging ability? Yi Xian was in disbelief. After all, if it really was this kind of test, then it would be too simple. However, Yi Xian couldn't find any other reasonable explanation, so he could only continue according to his own thoughts. Of course, was it really as simple as Yi Xian thought? Was this test of dodging really that easy as Yi Xian thought? This was a test created by the two great shrines. Even if this was only the first stage, it definitely couldn't be described with two simple words. After waiting for a moment, Yi Xian finally prepared to give it a try according to his own thoughts. Yi Xian's figure moved as he quickly charged out. In the beginning, it was just as Yi Xian had thought. He only needed to dodge through the gaps between the attacks. Indeed, from the looks of it, this test wasn't difficult at all. However, as Yi Xian continued, he realized that the difficulty was at the back. As Yi Xian walked forward on the endless path to the heavens, divine beasts continuously appeared and launched attacks. At this moment, Yi Xian finally saw it clearly. It turned out that this so-called divine beast was also a Dharma idol. Although they looked lifelike on the surface, they were indeed just Dharma idols constructed from energy. Powerful divine beast Dharma idols continuously appeared, and the moment they appeared, they would launch violent attacks. Moreover, they would only appear when Yi Xian arrived at a suitable location. Chapter 28:36. The new use of divine deity. Moreover, the attacks at the start were fixed, but the subsequent attacks were moving. In other words, Yi Xian had to find a suitable dodging route in the shortest amount of time, then run forward as fast as he could. After all, regardless of whether he didn't find a suitable route or if his movements were slightly slower, Yi Xian would suffer a berserk attack. That attack was fatal. Yi Xian's figure continuously dodged. Fortunately, because there were two-dimensional laws here, Yi Xian only needed to dodge left and right without paying attention to his height. However, dodging left and right wasn't that simple. Sometimes, Yi Xian needed to adjust his body more than 10 times in the blink of an eye in order to dodge one attack after another. Suddenly, just as Yi Xian was about to dodge another attack, a violent pressure descended onto Yi Xian's body. There wasn't the slightest sign of the pressure appearing. Although the pressure wasn't too powerful, it was a sudden eruption that caused Yi Xian to suffer a small loss. It even caused Yi Xian's body to uncontrollably retreat a little. It was just a little distance, but it actually caused Yi Xian to almost die. That was because a berserk attack had descended upon them from that small distance. Fortunately, Yi Xian reacted in time and stabilized his figure. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would still be heavily injured. The consequences of being heavily injured on the path to heaven could be imagined. At that moment, Yi Xian was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. In a short moment, Yi Xian had actually brushed shoulders with death. How dangerous was this? However, Yi Xian had no choice but to continue forward. This was because every time he took a step forward, a distance would disappear behind him. It felt as if Yi Xian was only at his original spot. It wasn't that Yi Xian was moving, but that the path to the heavens was constantly approaching Yi Xian. Yi Xian was on high alert. How could he dare to relax in the slightest? This was something related to Yi Xian's life, so he couldn't afford to joke around. He advanced all the way. It could even be said that it was a hopeless advance, because after all, you didn't know how far you still had to go. The path to the heavens seemed to have no end at all. The pressure that erupted from time to time seemed to be reminding Yi Xian to be careful and vigilant at all times. These pressures appeared without any warning, but as long as Yi Xian was the slightest bit careless, what awaited him wouldn't be that simple. Forward, forward. There was no end to it, no end to it. Yi Xian didn't know how long he'd been moving forward, nor did he know how many attacks he dodged. Was it 10 days? Or was it 20 days? But in the end, Yi Xian walked through this terrifying path to the heavens. No, perhaps, it couldn't be considered as walking. At most, it could only be considered as passing through the first section of the journey. At this moment, a yellow area appeared beneath Yi Xian's feet. This yellow area allowed Yi Xian to understand that he was temporarily safe and could rest for a while. Suddenly, a ray of light descended from the sky. Wrapped within the light was an incomparably huge stone sculpture. The sculpture seemed to be a strange half-human, half-beast existence. The sculpture was lifelike. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care about the sculpture itself, but the thing in the sculpture's hand. It was a bottle, and it was unknown what it was made of. Inside the bottle, one could clearly see a ball of light. With just a glance, Yi Xian was able to tell what the light represented. A complete divine deity. Inside the bottle, there was actually a complete divine deity. System, what is that? Yi Xian subconsciously asked the system. Ding. System prompt, target, first-rate divine deity. What do you mean? First-grade divine deity? Could it be that divine deity was divine deity? Wasn't divine deity just divine deity? At most, it was just because of the difference in realms. Why would there be a first-rate divine deity? Yi Xian was greatly astonished. He couldn't help but ask the system, "System, what is this first-rate divine deity? What is it used for?" Ding, system prompt. Divine deity represents a person's potential. The stronger and purer the divine deity, the higher this person's potential will be. Divine deity represents divine potential? This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of such a thing. Yi Xian had been in the god realm for such a long time, but he'd never heard of divine deity being differentiated. Thus, Yi Xian was completely confused. Fortunately, the system's prompt didn't end. Just as Yi Xian was puzzled, the system's prompt continued to ring. Ding, system prompt, host. Please note, the division of divine deity is similar to the title of the crown, but the title of the crown increases the host's combat strength, while the level of divine deity increases the host's potential. Hearing the system's reply, although Yi Xian had a simple understanding of the use of divine deity, this didn't mean that Yi Xian had completely resolved his doubts. System, but why didn't I know about this before? Moreover, even if divine deity has such a use, why is it that no one would have any ideas about other people's divine deity? Ding, system notification, host. Please note, the division of divine deity has been lost since the ancient times, and only places like the ancient secret realms can have some records. And seizing other people's divine deity to strengthen one's own divine deity only exists in the paramount god realm. The system's answer answered Yi Xian's doubts. It wasn't that no one knew the level of divine deity. It could be said that the level of divine deity had always been there, but it was impossible for ordinary people to know. To put it simply, there was no longer any division of godhood in the divine world. That was because the legacies of godhood had been severed. Only in some arcana realms could one learn about the division of godhood, such as this second arcana realm. After all, this second secret realm, strictly speaking, was an ancient secret realm. Therefore, it was normal for him to know about the level of divine deity in the second secret realm. At this moment, Yi Xian actually felt lucky in his heart. After all, it was fortunate that Yi Xian knew about this news ahead of time. One had to know that since there were levels of divine deity, and now, such a divine deity had appeared as a reward on the path to the heavens. Obviously, the divine deity of others could also be used to strengthen their own divine deity. If Yi Xian didn't know about this, then one day, he wouldn't even know that someone was thinking about his divine deity. Moreover, even if he obtained the divine deity, he wouldn't know how to use it. This time, Yi Xian could be considered lucky, but it wasn't a bad thing. Chapter 2837. Soul-devouring sword god. Of course, there were still a lot of things that Yi Xian didn't know about, and there were naturally a lot of things that were even more terrifying than stripping away divine deity. However, Yi Xian hadn't come into contact with them yet. System, what's the use of this divine deity? Yi Xian asked the system. Since this divine deity was given to him as a reward, then it meant that it was something that could strengthen him. Ding, system notification, host, please note, absorbing the divine deity without an owner can strengthen your own divine deity. Ding, system notification, if you want to obtain the divine deity without an owner, then you can kill the enemy and forcefully strip the enemy's will before the enemy's divine deity shatters, thus preserving the complete divine deity. Ding, system notification, divine deity stripper, is a special profession from the ancient times, but it has now been lost. Was it lost? Yi Xian slightly frowned. He didn't know if the system was talking about the entire God realm or if it was just the God realm continent. If it was the God realm continent, then would there still be such a person in those ancient and mysterious secret realms? Just thinking about it made Yi Xian feel incomparably terrified. What kind of feeling would it be to forcefully strip away a person's will? Previously, Yi Xian knew that the result of the divine deity shattering would be his death. In fact, during battle, breaking the opponent's divine deity was the most effective method of attack. But now, the system told Yi Xian that the divine deity didn't need to be destroyed, but directly stripped away. Moreover, once it was stripped out, it could be used as a cultivation method. So it turned out that for the sake of cultivation, he really did everything he could. He didn't know how many more methods were waiting for Yi Xian to discover. Of course, it might be even more terrifying. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still absorbed the divine deity. Not to mention anything else, Yi Xian was sure that this divine deity was probably left behind by an expert millions of years ago. Perhaps that person was once an expert, but who would have thought that millions of years later, he would become Yi Xian's reward? After absorbing the divine deity, Yi Xian didn't discover anything unusual, and his strength didn't increase in the slightest. Something like potential was not something that could be seen or touched. It could only be used when needed. Afterwards, Yi Xian didn't delay any longer and directly walked forward. After all, no one knew how many more tests were waiting for Yi Xian. Staying where he was wasn't a solution at all. Step by step, he originally thought that there would be another test, but Yi Xian discovered that there was actually nothing. For a moment, Yi Xian relaxed a little. However, just when Yi Xian was at his most relaxed, an attack suddenly arrived. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A violent force instantly sent Yi Xian flying. It was fortunate that the god-slaughtering armor had always been on Yi Xian's body, so it was able to offset a portion of the attack. However, even the system didn't have time to warn him of this attack. It could be seen how fast it was. At the same time, a white figure appeared in front of the path to heaven. So weak. The white figure spoke. This was the first thing Yi Xian had heard that could speak since entering the second secret realm. Something? Yes, he was not a human, nor was he a beast. He was actually a mechanical puppet. Yi Xian had seen quite a few puppets, but he couldn't help but sigh at this mechanical puppet. It was truly a marvelous work of art. This puppet was made from the most common type of divine wood, but it was exceptionally detailed. Even every strand of hair was vivid and lifelike. You must be the person who came to take the exam. I've been waiting for you for a long time, but I didn't expect you to be so weak. Go back, you have no chance of passing my test. The puppet opened its mouth to speak, but Yi Xian wasn't happy with the meaning behind its words. He never thought that Yi Xian would actually be looked down upon by a puppet. What was a puppet? It was simply a man-made object. No matter how lifelike it was, after all, an object without a soul. But Yi Xian was being looked down upon by a puppet. How could Yi Xian feel good? That was simply a lie. System, detect this guy's strength for me. Yi Xian was infuriated as he directly asked the system. Ding. System prompt, designated target, no realm. No realm? Yi Xian was slightly stunned. What did this not mean? Without a realm, he could repel Yi Xian in one move? Yi Xian didn't believe it, but the system wouldn't lie at all. In that case, it was obvious that the problem lay with the puppet. This puppet seemed as though it had some sort of unique methods. Yi Xian frowned. He paused for a moment, then ignored the puppet. Instead, he pulled out the god-slaughtering sword and charged out. This time, Yi Xian didn't use Wei Zhentian. After all, if he couldn't even take care of a puppet, and a puppet that didn't even have a cultivation base, then it would be a little unreasonable. Die! Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. The immense power caused a whirlwind to spring up on the path to heaven. Unfortunately, it was useless. The puppet actually ignored Yi Xian's attack. This was the first time the invincible god-slaughtering sword had encountered something that couldn't be destroyed at all. Yi Xian's fierce strike only left a white mark on the puppet's body. So hard. What exactly was this thing made of? Could it be that it was really just an ordinary divine wood? Impossible. How could an ordinary divine wood be so hard? Yi Xian seemed to be talking to himself as he spoke. However, at the same time Yi Xian spoke, the puppet also spoke. It's actually just a little fellow who hasn't even broken through to the Divine Lord stage. No wonder he's so weak. Little fellow, this isn't a place you can come to. You should go back quickly. Once again he was despised. Yi Xian was despised by a puppet once again. Damn it. Yi Xian was incomparably furious. Go back, if only he could go back. Right now, Yi Xian didn't have a choice at all. He could either fight and clear all the way, or he could be trapped here to death. Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant, Flower God Sword Attendant, kill him. In an instant, Yi Xian waved his hand and unleashed his strongest attack. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that this puppet wasn't that easy to deal with. Of course, at the same time as he released the sword attendants and Wei Zhentian, Yi Xian also used other methods. Dharma idol. Yes, Yi Xian had obtained several Dharma idols, and now, Yi Xian had no choice but to use his Dharma idol to attack. I am free and unfettered, looking down on the divine continent. In the heavens, only the sword can kill souls. Soul-devouring sword god Dharma idol, come out. Chapter 28:38. Thousand Beast Sword Attendant Promotion. At this moment, Yi Xian directly used the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol. In an instant, a huge circle of light appeared around Yi Xian's body. At the same time that the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol was activated, it was as if a huge shadow had surrounded Yi Xian. This time, the Dharma idol was attached to his body. This was because Yi Xian knew very well that the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol was different from the other Dharma idols. Not to mention the enemy, even Yi Xian's own soul would be affected. Why did he choose the soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol? Because according to Yi Xian's analysis, this puppet probably already had a soul. The biggest difference between a puppet and a human was that it didn't have a soul. Humans had souls, and other living beings also had souls. However, there were no puppets. Therefore, puppets would only carry out certain specific tasks according to their master's wishes. But now, there were no longer any living people in this secret realm, yet this puppet was carrying out its mission. It even made its own judgment and felt that Yi Xian's strength wasn't enough, so it let Yi Xian leave. Obviously, this puppet already had a soul. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know how many souls it had. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this at all. As long as he knew that this puppet had a soul, then it would be easy to deal with it. It could be said that facing such a powerful puppet, using the soul as an attack point was Yi Xian's best and only chance. The soul-devouring sword god's Dharma idol restrained the soul, so Yi Xian used the soul-devouring sword god. Kill! Yi Xian suddenly attacked with his sword. On the surface, this attack didn't seem to be much different from before. But this time, the puppet was clearly shocked. It didn't dare to dodge like Yi Xian did when he attacked. Instead, it directly dodged far away. What kind of method is this? Why do I feel so scared? The puppet had already jumped away when it moved, but it still asked Yi Xian curiously. Little things, you don't have the qualifications to participate in the trial. Get out of my way. Before Yi Xian could answer the puppet's question, the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant, the Flower God Sword Attendant, and the 100 Flowers Flower God attacked first. However, this did not arouse the puppet's vigilance at all. Instead, with a casual wave of his hand, a violent force actually swept away the God rank mounts, the 100 Flowers Flower God, and the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant and the Flower God Sword Attendant. There was no way to resist. In front of this puppet, a powerful God rank mount didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. As for the puppet, it didn't seem to realize just how much shock it had brought Yi Xian. At this moment, its eyes were still blinking as it looked at Yi Xian. It was obvious that it was waiting for Yi Xian's reply. What a terrifying puppet. Just what was this guy made of? How could he be so powerful? What should he do? It seemed that all of Yi Xian's methods were useless against this puppet. Yi Xian didn't even need to make a move to know that it was impossible for him to defeat this puppet. However, if he didn't defeat this puppet, it meant that Yi Xian wouldn't be able to continue forward. There was only one final result, and that was to be trapped here to death. What should he do? Yi Xian quickly thought about it. Feeling the power of the soul-devouring sword god on his body, Yi Xian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. His face even revealed an expression of ecstasy. Perhaps, this wasn't a test for Yi Xian at all, but a reward for him. Whether it was the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant or the Flower God Sword Attendant. Actually, Yi Xian had long since discovered that they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's footsteps. At the very least, before they strengthened it, they couldn't keep up with Yi Xian's current footsteps. In that case, the best way to solve this problem was to strengthen the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant. There were many ways to strengthen the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant. However, why did he have to strengthen the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant itself? If the soul on this puppet was destroyed, wouldn't that mean that the 1,000 Beast Sword Attendant would be able to occupy the puppet's body? If it succeeded, then how much would the strength of the thousand-hand sword attendant increase by? It could be said to have increased by more than 10 million times. How could Yi Xian not be overjoyed? Although he didn't know what this puppet was made of, Yi Xian at least knew that the material of his body was extremely special and powerful. And the soul-devouring sword god had a special ability called Soul Battle. The name of the Soul Battle divine ability was simple, and its meaning was also very simple. It was used to allow the souls of two designated targets to fight against each other. This was a method used by the soul-devouring sword god to deal with enemies. Moreover, enemies were often able to escape this kind of control. One had to know that once the enemy saw through it, they would naturally not be able to fight. However, Yi Xian now had a new method of using it. He wanted to fight the soul of the thousand beast sword attendant with the soul of the puppet, and he wanted the thousand beast sword attendant to seize the puppet's body. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest bit of depression from before. All that was left in his heart was ecstasy. In fact, Yi Xian even thought to himself, "I've picked up a treasure. This time I've picked up a treasure." Wasn't that so? Yi Xian had definitely picked up a treasure this time. Once the thousand beast sword attendant succeeded, it could be said that the effect would be better than leveling up several times. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian naturally knew that the thousand beast sword attendant would definitely not go against him. He was afraid that the thousand beast sword attendant would be extremely happy in his heart. Yi Xian had gambled this round. In any case, even if he failed, Yi Xian wouldn't suffer a greater loss. After all, if he failed, it was very likely that Yi Xian would be trapped here for who knew how long. "Thousand beast sword attendant, are you ready?" Yi Xian lightly asked with a smile on his face. The thousand beast sword attendant nodded. He naturally understood Yi Xian's thoughts. Since everything was ready, Yi Xian didn't stop. Soul of the soul, thousands of reincarnations, revolving and unbreakable. Yi Xian chanted an incantation and launched an attack. He didn't know what era this soul-devouring sword god was from, but he still had to chant an incantation to activate a divine ability. However, Yi Xian didn't care about this. After all, the most important thing for Yi Xian right now was to wait for the outcome of the battle. As Yi Xian activated his Dharma idol ability, the bodies of the thousand beast sword attendant and the puppet stiffened at the same time, not moving an inch. Obviously, the two of them were engaged in a battle of souls. Yi Xian couldn't see what that kind of battle was, so he could only wait silently. 2 hours, another 2 hours. Day after day, Yi Xian didn't care about how long had passed. But finally, the result was out. The thousand beast swordsmen suddenly moved and fell to the ground. As for the puppet, it moved its limbs and stood up. Could it be that the thousand beast sword attendant failed? Yi Xian was shocked. However, the system didn't indicate that the thousand beast sword attendant had died, so Yi Xian didn't give up. Instead, he closely stared at the puppet. Suddenly, the puppet moved and charged towards Yi Xian. "Greetings, Master." Chapter 2839. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. He had succeeded. He had really succeeded. He had actually used such a method to defeat the puppet, and had even found a new body for the thousand beast sword servant. Ding. System notification. Host, please note, the thousand beast sword servant has evolved into a divine wood sword servant due to special opportunities. All of the thousand beast sword servant's original abilities have disappeared, and it has obtained the divine wood sword servant's exclusive abilities: infinite defense, infinite growth, infinite resurrection, infinite defense. The divine wood sword servant can expand or shrink all of its defense at will. However, as the area of defense increases, the defense power will weaken. Infinite growth. The divine wood sword servant's original body is a divine wood, so it can cultivate on its own, but the speed is extremely slow. Infinite resurrection. The divine wood sword servant has the special ability to revive a withered tree. Even if it dies completely, as long as there is a little bit of its body left, it can instantly revive. F***ck. Yi Xian couldn't help but curse. This divine wood sword servant seemed to be even stronger than the thousand beast sword servant from before, especially in terms of defense. Although these 3 skills seemed to be nothing special, in reality, Xian was very clear about how abnormal these 3 abilities were. Being able to control the range of his defense according to his will was equivalent to allowing Xian to have a map of his defense. The key was that even if this defense was broken, it could immediately recover. Of course, perhaps after recovering, it would be a little weaker for a short period of time. However, just how powerful was the defense of the divine wood sword servant's puppet? Xian had personally experienced it, and even the god's slaughtering sword was unable to harm it in the slightest. Could it be that its defense wasn't strong enough? Moreover, this fellow could cultivate and evolve on his own. Although it was a little slow, there was at least some hope. In the future, Xian might be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter to increase the speed of the divine wood sword servant's improvement. Speaking of which, could it be that this didn't prove how powerful the divine wood sword servant was? Of course, it was a pity that the 1,000 beast sword servant's previous abilities had all disappeared. However, compared to obtaining a new ability, Xian didn't care much about the ability to disappear. In any case, the god rank mount didn't disappear. Instead, it returned to Xian's hands. Thinking about it, the 1,000 beast sword servant actually didn't lose much of its abilities. At this moment, Xian was incomparably delighted, but he had no choice but to continue forward. After all, it was impossible for Xian to be trapped here forever. There were no obstructions along the way. That puppet was basically the only way out of this place. Xian's method of passing the trial might be a little suspicious of cheating, but after all, as long as he could pass, then no matter what method he used, there was nothing worth caring about. Here, Xian once again obtained a first-rate divine deity. Of course, Xian also absorbed it. Who knew if he would ever encounter a complete divine deity in the future? The current battle was all about breaking the opponent's divine deity and causing the opponent to completely perish. It seemed like the divine realm continent no longer had such a method. Thus, to Xian, it would be a waste not to absorb such a complete divine deity. After passing 2 trials in a row, Xian's mood relaxed quite a bit. It seemed that the 2 divine halls tests were ultimately meant to strengthen Xian. Unfortunately, the tests set up by the 2 divine halls seemed to be too high level. Perhaps they didn't expect that a person with a physique that was full of laws would actually be someone who hadn't even broken through to the divine lord realm. Perhaps, their initial position was that no matter what, they had to reach the level of a paramount god to be able to enter this place. Of course, no matter what the 2 divine halls thought, the current Xian had no way of knowing. The only choice he could make was to continue moving forward. Only by continuously moving forward would Xian have the chance to leave this place. The path to the heavens seemed to have no end. However, when Xian walked to the next safe area, he was still shocked by the next test. It was an eye, an incomparably huge eye. The eye covered the entire space, as if it was overlooking the world. Just a glance at it made Xian feel as if his soul had been suppressed. Strange eyes, powerful strength. Could it be that this was the 3rd stage's test? Moreover, this eye did not exist at all, but was formed from the power of the laws. The black pupil represented the power of the 3 great laws of the darkness divine palace. The white eye was formed from the power of the 3 great laws of the nature divine palace. As for the eye socket, it was the law of primal chaos. It was as if the law of primal chaos wanted to repair the eye formed from the power of the 6 great laws, or as if the eye formed from the power of the 6 great laws was trying to break free from the restraints of the law of primal chaos. Of course, the strangest thing was that the eye seemed to be staring fixedly at Xian. What exactly was the test of this stage? Xian was puzzled. At this moment, he hadn't suffered any attacks, nor did he feel anything different. Xian walked forward step by step without any abnormalities. However, the eye in the sky made Xian understand that he was undergoing an examination. However, this examination wasn't something that Xian understood. Being stared at by such a huge eye, even Xian felt his hair stand on end. After all, this was the eye that occupied the entire sky. Xian continued forward. Other than continuing forward, he couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, Xian felt his body relax. Although in reality, there wasn't any power to suppress Yi Xian felt his body relax. It was the power of the two-dimensional laws. The power of the two-dimensional laws had disappeared. Sure enough, Yi Xian had already flown into the sky the moment he moved. However, the power of the two-dimensional laws had disappeared, and the huge eye in the sky was still there. Thus, Yi Xian didn't dare to fly too high. This was because every time Yi Xian flew an inch higher into the sky, he would feel the pressure increase by a bit. Xia ran that huge eye was not just used to look. Just what was the test of this stage? At this moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but guess in his heart. However, after all, it was impossible for Yi Xian to know what had not happened. Suddenly, the eye in the sky shot out a ray of light that covered Yi Xian. No system notification sounded out, allowing Yi Xian to understand that this light wasn't harmful to Yi Xian. However, this didn't mean that Yi Xian wasn't puzzled. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He wanted to see what would happen next. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 6 loud sounds accompanied by 6 rays of light descended from the sky. They were also emitted from the eyes. 6 people. This time, it wasn't a puppet, but a real 6 figures. Chapter 2840. Origin's Secret Realm. Yi Xian frowned. The current situation had already exceeded his imagination. Yi Xian had no idea what would happen next. Were these 6 people friends or foes? Suddenly, one of them opened his eyes. Following that, all 6 of them opened their eyes one after another. However, none of them made any movements. After opening their eyes, they just looked at Yi Xian. "You're the chosen one?" One of them asked Yi Xian. A powerful force exploded from his body, allowing Yi Xian to know that this person was definitely a super expert. "Yes, I'm the chosen one." Although Yi Xian didn't know who these people were, he didn't dare to hide it. Hearing Yi Xian's reply, the 6 of them simultaneously focused their gazes on Yi Xian and sized him up. Average aptitude. Ordinary bloodline. Magic treasures are useless. Your mastery of the laws is not bad. The 6 of them, one after another, actually belittled Yi Xian to the point that he was useless. Yi Xian couldn't interrupt at all because the 6 of them didn't pay any attention to him. "Forget it, we don't have much time left. We don't have any other choice. Let's join hands and send him there," one of the 6 said indifferently. What? Yi Xian couldn't help but be puzzled. However, it seemed that he didn't have the right to speak at all. "Isn't it too early to send him there? With his strength, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for him to get out of there." "Then, what do you think we can do? At this time, what other choice do we have? Our 2 shrines only have one spot to go there, and in millions of years, only such a little fellow who is suitable to inherit the will of our 2 shrines has appeared. Do we still have time to ascend for 1,000,000 years? That's right, we have no choice. However, we might as well let him go to the lowest level zone first. I remember that each of us has a teleportation chance in our hands, so why don't we give him all 6 chances? Where he can go will depend on his own luck. What do you guys think?" "And I think so. I'm afraid right now, this is the only choice." Yi Xian really wanted to ask what they were talking about and where they were going to send him. Unfortunately, even if Yi Xian asked, it would be useless. Suddenly, a dragon mark universe ring appeared on Yi Xian's finger without any warning. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure flew uncontrollably towards the eye in the sky. "What exactly do you want to do to me?" At this point, Yi Xian couldn't care less as he loudly spoke to the 6 people. Unfortunately, it was useless. The 6 of them were still muttering to themselves and completely ignored Yi Xian. Go there and train well. Remember, you only have 6 chances. It's your luck to be able to enter that place, and it's also the only chance for our 2 shrines to fall or become stronger." Yi Xian entered the eye along with this voice. Afterwards, a powerful law energy was activated, and in an instant, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. When Yi Xian woke up once more, he already knew where he was, the boundary realm. The realm was a special place. It said that it existed, but as long as one's strength did not reach a certain level and their luck was not good enough, not to mention entering, even knowing about it would be very difficult. The realm was also a place that did not exist, because it did not exist in any corner of the God realm. This place could be considered a secret realm, but it was not a secret realm. Legend has it that the realm was the birthplace of the laws. Those who were able to enter this place were definitely the most powerful geniuses and the most powerful forces in the God realm. No one knew where the realm was located, but those who knew were all yearning for it. As the birthplace of the laws, there were countless fortuitous encounters and opportunities here. But at this moment, the place Yixian was pointing to was only the lowest and lowest level of existence in the realm. The world zone was like a tall pagoda. However, each level of the world zone was like a boundless continent. In fact, each level was even larger than the God world. This was because this realm had its own unique law, and that was infinite reproduction. Because of the existence of this law, no one would be able to reach the end of their path. Because with every step they took, the law of infinite reproduction would expand the continent by a bit. This was not something that could be created by human power, but was naturally born from the mysterious law. Of course, the realm might be called another way to let the people of the God realm know what kind of place it was. Origin's secret realm. There were many other names for the realm. Origin's secret realm, ancestral grounds, primordial chaos, starting point. There were many different names. Different races, different inheritances, and so the names were different. However, the Origin secret realm was the most widely used. To be more precise, this realm was actually the ultimate inheritance of the God realm. It had been like this since the primordial era, followed by the Middle Ages, the Ancient Era, and the Ancient Era. In every period of time, this special Origin secret realm would always exist. Perhaps the other secret realms would disappear, but the Origin secret realm would not disappear at all. Of course, the Origin secret realm was incomparably vast, reaching as high as 999 levels. It could be said that no one could walk out of it normally. There were only 3 ways to walk out of the Origin secret realm. The first was to encounter the random teleportation gate that only appeared once in countless years, and then be teleported to an unknown place. The second was the special method of leaving that the various great powers grasped. For example, the 6 chances that the 2 shrines had given Yixian to leave. The third method was to become the master of a level. Obtain the right to use the Origin Palace. There was an Origin Palace in every level. Within the palace, there was a teleportation gate that led out of the Origin secret realm. Thus, becoming the master of the Origin Palace would give one the opportunity to enter and exit the Origin secret realm. Of course, the so-called Origin Palace Master was meant to become the most powerful existence on this level. When Yixian opened his eyes, he saw a city, an incomparably powerful city. This was because in this city, it could be said that the streets were filled with God Emperor realm existences. As for a God King like Yixian, he could really be considered to be an exception. Why did you suppress your cultivation level so low? Suddenly, a person behind Yixian curiously asked Yixian. Yixian turned around, but was actually unable to see through his cultivation. System, detect this person's strength. Ding. System notification. Host's cultivation level is insufficient, unable to view. Unable to view. Didn't that mean that this person's strength far surpassed Yixian's by far too much? Heavens, what kind of place was this? Why was it that in the outside world, powerful existences that could become divine lords were everywhere here? Chapter 2841. Demon God Divine Domain. Yixian didn't even know about such a terrifying place before. At this moment, Yixian felt powerless. He really wanted to say that it wasn't that he was suppressing his cultivation, but that his cultivation was really only at the God King realm. Unfortunately, Yixian didn't dare to say it. After all, the God King realm was simply an exception here. Oh, isn't it just a realm? What's there to care about? Yixian suppressed the shock in his heart and said indifferently to that person. Who knew that person would actually smile and say, "That's true. In our first level, basically everyone has just entered the Origin secret realm. How could there be so much to pay attention to? I reckon that everyone is about the same. It's already not bad if they can break through to the paramount God realm. By the way, brother, my name is Lu Zhang. Even the chain trap secret realm, you? You even reached that secret realm? Yi Xian frowned slightly. He didn't dare to answer so easily. However, could it be that these people all came from a certain secret realm? Could it be that they weren't from the divine realm? Where is this chain trap secret realm? Why don't I know about it? Yi Xian changed the topic and asked a question in return. Even if you don't know, our chain trap secret realm is only a very weak one in the ancient lost race secret realm alliance. This time, our entire secret realm only got 3 slots to enter the origin secret realm. Sigh, ever since we lost contact with the divine realm, we can only come to the origin secret realm if we want to break through. What do you mean? Yi Xian was a little stunned. Ancient lost race secret realm alliance? What kind of organization was that? Also, what did he mean when he said that he had lost contact with the divine realm continent? Could it be that these people weren't from the divine realm continent at all? However, Yi Xian thought about it and understood that it would be strange if they were from the divine realm continent. One had to know that Mi Ming was only a god emperor, but he was a divine master of the Kunlun god domain. If these people were to be placed outside, they would be existences that surpassed Mi Ming or Mi Ming. They couldn't possibly say that they were all divine masters of a god domain, right? If that was the case, no matter how big the divine realm continent was, it wouldn't be enough to divide them up. A single Kunlun god domain was the size of 3 million realms, and a single realm was incomparably vast. No matter how big the divine realm continent was, it was impossible for it to have hundreds of thousands of divine masters. Moreover, this was only one of the 999 levels. Moreover, there might not be only one city on this level. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was filled with shock and fear. He suddenly realized that he was nothing here. Moreover, he didn't even have the ability to defend himself. Although Yi Xian's methods were impressive, Yi Xian discovered that his strength wasn't even worth mentioning in the origin grounds. Is he really just a god king? That's impossible. If you want to enter the origin realm, you have to be at least at the god emperor realm. How did a mere first-grade god king like him get in? Something strange. Right, there must be something strange about this guy. There must be something special about him. Could it be that he came from the legendary divine realm continent? A few passers-by glanced at Yi Xian when they saw him, but some of them saw through his true strength with a single glance. In an instant, Yi Xian became the focus of everyone's attention. After all, it was extremely strange for a mere first-grade god king to appear in the origin realm. And that sentence, that Yi Xian came from the legendary divine realm continent, attracted everyone's attention. Yi Xian was helpless. He really wanted to say that this place, as well as these people, should be described as legends. He didn't expect that he would become an existence of legends. However, facing so many powerful existences, just the aura they emitted was already unbearable for Yi Xian. This wasn't the aura of 1 or 2 experts, but the pressure condensed from the aura of countless experts. However, it was a good thing that although these people were discussing amongst themselves, no one really made a move against Yi Xian. Otherwise, Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to resist at all. Yi Xian knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Since he had 6 chances to enter and exit this place at will, then leaving now and raising his strength outside before coming in might be the wisest choice. The mysterious origin realm wasn't something that Yi Xian's current strength was qualified to stay inside. Yi Xian carefully left the crowd, found a deserted place, and activated the teleportation. These 6 teleportations didn't use teleportation talismans or anything else, but were directly bound to Yi Xian. Thus, Yi Xian only needed a thought to activate the teleportation and leave. Perhaps in the eyes of others, advancing from the God King realm to the God Emperor realm would indeed require a lot of time, and it would even be difficult for them to achieve it in their entire lives. However, Yi Xian was different. Therefore Yi Xian dared to go out. Of course, he had to go out. Only after his strength rose to the God Emperor realm would Yi Xian be qualified to enter this place. However, Yi Xian only thought about how powerful the origin realm was, so he wanted to leave. However, he forgot that those 6 experts wouldn't know where Yi Xian came from. It was impossible for them to teleport Yi Xian to the second secret realm. Thus, after Yi Xian was teleported away, He was stunned to discover that he'd once again arrived at an unfamiliar place. Not to mention anything else, Yixian knew that this wasn't the Kunlun divine domain. At this moment, Yixian was in a wasteland. Yixian could tell that this wasteland might have been a bustling place countless years ago, but now there were only weeds, withered trees, and dilapidated walls. Yixian looked at the scene in front of him. Although he really wanted to know where this place was, it seemed that the most important thing right now was to be able to leave this place. After all, this was an unknown place, so Yixian still maintained a certain level of vigilance. After randomly choosing a direction, Yixian directly flew forward. One mountain after another flew past Yixian's feet. However, Yixian discovered that there were still countless mountains beneath his feet. Finally, Yixian saw a building. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly landed. This was because Yixian wanted to find someone else to ask where this place was and how to return to the Kunlun divine domain. However, when Yixian landed on the ground, he was shocked to discover that this place was actually a gathering place for divine beasts. "Who are you?" At the same time that Yixian landed, a strange divine beast arrived in front of him. Since it could speak the human language, it was obvious that this divine beast was not weak. Chapter 2842. Exterminating all. "Who are you guys?" Yixian coldly asked. He didn't feel the slightest bit of fear because of the other party's numbers. "How dare you? Arrogant brat, how dare you be rude to me?" Another divine beast appeared in front of Yixian. The divine beast transformed into a human and pointed at Yixian's nose as it cursed. First, he was looked down upon by a puppet, then he was suspected by the experts in the origin realm. Now, even a mere divine beast dared to point at Yixian's nose and speak like this. "Wei Zhentian, kill this divine beast for me." Yixian frowned slightly as he gave the order. In an instant, Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaughtering sword and charged towards the divine beast. Puchi! A sword pierced through. Without any suspense, the sword pierced through. This was because although this divine beast could take human form, its strength wasn't very strong. "Damned fellow, you actually dared to kill." "No, he's a human, he's a spy from the Kunlun divine domain." A divine beast saw through Yixian's identity and roared loudly. The moment this human spoke, the surrounding divine beasts immediately pounced over, causing Yixian to be slightly stunned. He actually said that he was a spy from the Kunlun divine domain. Then, it was obvious that this was not the Kunlun divine domain. Furthermore, it was a divine domain that was at odds with the Kunlun divine domain. And right now, wasn't the enemy of the Kunlun divine domain the demon god's divine domain? Could it be that he had actually been teleported to the demon god's divine domain? For a moment, Yixian was incomparably puzzled. However, when he thought about the uniqueness of the two divine halls in the second secret realm, it seemed that teleporting him to the demon god's divine domain wasn't something impossible. "Damn it, capture the spy!" A divine beast roared. In an instant, all the divine beasts on the mountain pounced towards Yixian. Yixian wouldn't be polite either. After all, none of the divine beasts here could threaten Yixian. "Wei Zhentian, magic treasure form, kill for me." "Divine wood sword attendant, it's time for you to make your move. Kill them all." This was the demon god's divine domain. If Yixian didn't kill these fellows from the demon god's divine domain, then they would definitely spread the news. At that time, Yixian would probably face the pursuit of the entire demon god's divine domain. The demon god's divine domain was an existence that could contend against the Kunlun divine domain. Then, once he was chased by the entire demon god's divine domain, the consequences could be imagined. If that was really the case, Yixian definitely wouldn't be able to escape. The two god-slaughtering swords quickly rushed out. In an instant, a bloody storm rained down, and the divine wood sword attendant also showed no mercy. The divine wood sword attendant's defense was incomparably strong, and its attack power was not weak either. The divine wood sword attendant waved its hands continuously, and every time it waved, a divine beast would definitely turn into a bloody mist. Regardless of whether it was in human form or in its original form, no divine beast could withstand a single attack from the divine wood sword attendant. Yi Xian stood on the spot as he looked at the purgatory around him. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity in his heart. After all, these were all divine beasts, and they were divine beasts from the demon god's divine realm. If Yi Xian didn't kill them, then they would kill Yi Xian. Moreover, Yi Xian had also heard that in the demon god's divine realm, humans could be said to be like slaves. They couldn't even be considered slaves. Humans were delicious snacks for these divine beasts. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't show any mercy to these divine beasts. In just a short moment, all of the divine beasts on this mountain had been killed by Yi Xian. However, the only thing that made Yi Xian depressed was that the news had still leaked. Yi Xian's movements couldn't be said to be slow, but the number of divine beasts gathered here had reached over 10,000. Thus, Yi Xian didn't have the time to kill them all. In the end, there were still some divine beasts that spread the news. Once this news spread, Yi Xian knew very well what he would face next. A war between a single person and a divine domain. If Yi Xian wanted to live, then he could only walk out of the demon god's divine domain. However, Yi Xian wasn't prepared to leave just like that because Luo Luo was also in the demon god's divine domain. Yi Xian wouldn't give up on searching for her. Since he'd already arrived at the demon god's divine domain, Yi Xian wouldn't mind causing a ruckus. Devour! With a casual wave of Yi Xian's hand, the corpses of the tens of thousands of divine beasts were directly devoured by Yi Xian. Although the strength of these divine beasts was average and couldn't allow Yi Xian to level up, using the method of devouring to deal with the traces of battle was a very good method. Come out, I know you're hiding there. After doing all of this, Yi Xian casually spoke to a large tree. This was because Yi Xian had long since sensed that there was a person hiding within the tree. To be more precise, it was a divine beast. No, don't kill me. I didn't see anything. I promise, I definitely won't say anything. Please don't kill me. Sure enough, after Yi Xian saw through that person's disguise, a half-man, half-beast with a pig's head walked out. As soon as he came out, he directly knelt in front of Yi Xian. You want to live? Yi Xian indifferently asked the half-man, half-pig divine beast. I want to live, please don't kill me. The divine beast frantically knelt in front of Yi Xian and continuously kowtowed. Alright, if you want to live, then answer my questions honestly. However, if you hesitate or hide anything, then you can die. Yi Xian looked at the divine beast. When the divine beast nodded, Yi Xian continued to ask, Where is this place? Replying to my lord, this is the territory of the Heavenly Dragon King. Heavenly Dragon King? Who is the Heavenly Dragon King? Tell me the details. Replying to my lord, this Heavenly Dragon King is one of the 8 great divine generals under the Divine Lord. He is a lord under the Dark Demon Dragon Divine General. Including our realm as well as the surrounding 100 realms, they are all his territory. Lord? Yi Xian was slightly astonished. However, thinking that this was the demon god's divine domain and not the Kunlun divine domain, he didn't think too much about it. After all, every divine domain had its own system and rules. As for this demon god's divine domain, it was a system of enfeoffment. A mere lord of 100 realms territory, this fellow was probably just a small character. After that, Yi Xian asked a few more questions. Unfortunately, this divine beast didn't know much, so it wasn't of any help to Yi Xian at all. Thus, Yi Xian killed him with a single sword strike without hesitation. Heavenly Dragon King? Perhaps this Heavenly Dragon King knew more things. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and directly walked towards the cave where the Heavenly Dragon King was. Some of the experts of the demon god's divine domain liked to imitate the Kunlun divine domain and build huge cities to live in. However, there were also some who liked to follow their original habits and live in caves, mountains, and even the wilderness. This Heavenly Dragon King lived in a cave. The location was also very easy to find. It was a huge mountain peak. Chapter 2843. Lord Heavenly Dragon King. After all, it was the place where the Heavenly Dragon King lived, so there were quite a few divine beasts here. However, Yi Xian wouldn't care that much. The strength of these divine beasts were generally very average. Even the Heavenly Dragon King was only the same as Yi Xian, a high-level divine king. Therefore, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of any of the divine beasts here. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the mountain? Do you know that this is Lord Heavenly Dragon King's cave? When a transformed divine beast saw Yi Xian coming over, it directly stood in front of him. With a casual glance, Yi Xian could already tell that this fellow was only a mere third-grade divine lord. Of course, an inferior divine lord would probably be considered an expert under the Heavenly Dragon King. Unfortunately, the one he met was Yi Xian. Thus, he was destined to die. Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. The god-slaughtering sword flew out and killed the divine beast with a single strike. When Yi Xian killed the divine beast, a moment later, the mountain was filled with the sounds of people, and a large group of divine beasts had already come out. After a while, the Heavenly Dragon King directly rushed out. Who dares to cause trouble in my territory? Are you courting death? The moment the Heavenly Dragon King came out, he roared loudly. The deafening sound reverberated throughout the valley. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't care about him at all. System, detect the strength of this divine beast. Ding. System notification. Target, Superior Grade 4 God King Realm. Superior Grade 4 God King? Perhaps in this area, he could be called the Overlord. However, if he met Yi Xian, then he could only blame his bad luck. Yi Xian looked at the Heavenly Dragon King and indifferently said, I'll give you two choices. First, listen to me obediently. Then I can consider sparing your life. Second, if you don't accept it, then I will take your head. The Heavenly Dragon King looked at Yi Xian as his eyes flickered. No matter what, he was the lord of this area. Now that someone dared to speak to him in such a manner, especially after the Heavenly Dragon King saw through Yi Xian's identity and knew his strength, he laughed out loud. Human, it's actually a human. Furthermore, it's a human at the Superior Grade 1 God King realm. Could it be that you're that divine lord from the human clan's resistance army? Ha, I'm dying of laughter. A bunch of ants actually want to try and resist. Furthermore, they even arrogantly call themselves divine lords. Human brat, could it be that you're here to be my snack? Disdain, this was the disdain of the thorns. Even though the Heavenly Dragon King had already seen through Yi Xian's cultivation, he didn't care at all. In the Heavenly Dragon King's eyes, there was only boundless disdain. Indeed, the human clan of the demon god's domain was just a snack for these powerful divine beasts. Now, even if Yi Xian had the cultivation of a superior grade 1 god king, the Heavenly Dragon King had the cultivation of a superior grade 4 god king. He indeed had the qualifications to be arrogant. Of course, the prerequisite was that he didn't meet Yi Xian. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly attacked the Heavenly Dragon King. Because to deal with this fellow, only by letting him know his own strength would he understand what it meant to be obedient. Audacious human clan ant, you're courting death. The one who shouted this was not the Heavenly Dragon King, but an expert beside the Heavenly Dragon King. This fellow also had the cultivation of a medium grade 6 god king. However, in the demon god's domain, the human clan had always been bullied. It was impossible for them to obtain any cultivation resources. Naturally, there was no need to even think about cultivation techniques or divine abilities. It could be said that other than a few humans who had great opportunities, the rest of the people did not have any decent divine abilities. Treasures and the like were even more out of the question. This fellow had enough confidence to kill Yi Xian. In his eyes, Yi Xian was just a snack, a food, a human that wasn't even worth mentioning. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. He wasn't one of the humans that had been bullied for countless years in the demon god's domain. Die! Yi Xian casually pointed. In an instant, a mysterious power was activated. Yi Xian used the 6 syllables incantation. The divine beast that was incomparably arrogant a moment ago died on the spot in the next moment. What? What's going on? In an instant, all the demon gods were astonished. After all, they had never encountered such a situation before. They didn't even consider that it was Yi Xian who killed the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast. In the eyes of these divine beasts, they all felt that the human race was the lowliest race. They were just their food. Could food kill its master? They wouldn't have such a thought. Therefore, these divine beasts didn't know what was going on with the sudden death of the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast. But then they finally found out the reason. Unfortunately, by the time they found out, it was already too late. 6 syllables incantation, destroy. Yi Xian casually waved his hand, and a mysterious and profound power was activated once again. This time, Yi Xian used the extermination symbol art. Extermination symbol art? Extermination race. This time, Yi Xian used the extermination symbol art against these divine beasts. In an instant, countless divine beasts fell to the ground. Without any warning, he fell to the ground. He didn't even know how he died. This time, over 1,000 divine beasts fell to the ground. They couldn't be any more dead. You, who exactly are you? This time, even a fool could tell that there was something strange about Yi Xian. At the same time, they understood that the death of the medium-grade divine king realm divine beast was caused by Yi Xian. Although they didn't know how Yi Xian did it, it didn't stop them from determining that it was Yi Xian's doing. Damn it, human brat, you're courting death. Kill him. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't return, the heavenly dragon king gave the order and countless divine beasts pounced towards Yi Xian. Even if these divine beasts were weaker than Yi Xian, they weren't afraid at all. In their eyes, Yi Xian was just food. Would Yi Xian show mercy? Impossible. This was the demon god's divine domain. It could be said that Yi Xian was facing a divine domain by himself. If he showed mercy, then he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Moreover, these divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain didn't even see humans as living beings. They only saw them as food and killed them at will. Then why would Yi Xian care about them? Yi Xian only needed to treat them as resources that he could devour. Mighty heaven-shaking, magic treasure form, leave none alive. At the same time that the divine beasts charged over, Yi Xian gave the order to attack. In an instant, Wei Zhentian transformed into a god-slaughtering sword and immediately controlled the 2 god-slaughtering swords to charge out. Of course, Yi Xian himself moved. Eternal Night Domain. Chapter 2844. Capturing the Dragon King, Absolute Zero. The moment Yi Xian made his move, he didn't hold back at all. Absolute Zero smashed towards the slightly stronger divine beasts. Once they were frozen, what awaited them would be the merciless slaughter of the heavens. 1, 2, 3. One by one, the divine beasts of the demon god's domain finally experienced what terror and despair were. In front of Yi Xian, they didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. They could only wait to be killed. At this moment, some of the divine beasts couldn't help but recall how they had surrounded and killed those humans. Wasn't it the same? It was just like now. However, at that time, they had watched the weak humans struggle and then enjoy the feast. And today, they were the ones being hunted down and killed at will. At the very least, they didn't have to endure the cruel words around them. However, the more silent they were, the more terrifying they were. Other than the despairing cries of the divine beasts before they were killed, there were no other sounds. On the mountain top of the space, only miserable screams echoed. Stop, stop right now. The heavenly dragon king couldn't help but shout loudly as he watched his people being continuously killed by Yi Xian. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention to him. The heavenly dragon king was enraged and attacked Yi Xian. Unfortunately, it was useless. He didn't even need Yi Xian to make a move. Just the divine wood sword attendant alone was enough to put the heavenly dragon king in danger. If it wasn't for Yi Xian's order not to kill him, the heavenly dragon king would have died countless times. Don't kill me. Help. I don't want to die. I beg of you to spare me. I won't dare to do it again. Countless voices reverberated in the mountains. However, they wouldn't be exchanged for Yi Xian's benevolence, no matter what evil deeds they'd committed. For his own sake, Yi Xian wouldn't let the divine beasts here leave alive. At this moment, Wei Zhentian was controlling the 2 god-slaughtering swords to fly around the surroundings. Any divine beast that tried to escape would be mercilessly killed by Wei Zhentian. Inside, Yi Xian released his god-tier mount, the flower god-sword attendant, and continued to kill. Because of the eternal night domain, these divine beasts, who could no longer see anything, could only wait to be slaughtered. The roar became softer and softer until it completely disappeared. The disappearance of the voice meant that all the divine beasts here had been slaughtered. Of course, there was an exception, and that was the Heavenly Dragon King, who was having a hard time fighting against the divine wood sword attendant. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't have any fighting spirit left. It could be said that he only wanted to escape from this terrifying human race. However, he couldn't do it at all. In front of Xian, he didn't even have the slightest chance of escaping. Finally, Xian arrived beside the Heavenly Dragon King. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't have half of his previous arrogant appearance. When he saw Xian walk over, he hurriedly knelt in front of him. "My lord, spare me! My lord, spare me!" He clearly had the cultivation of a high-level 4th-grade god king, but at this moment, the Sky King only dared to kneel on the ground and kowtow as he begged for mercy. The impression that Xian gave the Heavenly Dragon King was too deep, so deep that he would never forget it. That invincible attitude of casually slaughtering millions of divine beasts made this Heavenly Dragon King not have the slightest bit of resistance. "I'll give you another chance. Choose, are you obedient, or let me kill you? In any case, if I kill you, the other divine beasts will definitely cherish this chance to live." "No, no, my lord, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. As long as you let me go, I'll do anything you want me to," the Heavenly Dragon King said loudly. At this moment, he only wanted to live. How could he care so much? Xian nodded his head. In an instant, the divine wood sword attendant returned to Xian's side from the Heavenly Dragon King's side. However, the Heavenly Dragon King didn't dare to have any improper thoughts. He only wanted to escape? He didn't even dare to think about it. This was because the Heavenly Dragon King knew very well that Xian's strength wasn't something he could compare to. Don't think that just because Xian's realm was lower than his, Xian was weaker than him. In reality, just a single divine wood sword attendant was enough to make him unable to resist at all. "Alright, if you want to live, then listen to me obediently." Xian didn't care about this fellow. If it wasn't for the fact that he still had some use for this Heavenly Dragon King, Xian wouldn't mind killing him. "Devour!" With a wave of his hand, the divine beast corpses that covered the mountains and plains instantly disappeared. Ding! System notification, host has broken through. Current realm, 2nd-grade high-level god king realm. Xian didn't have the slightest expression. After all, Xian knew that if he didn't reach the God Emperor realm, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the Origin's secret realm. Xian naturally wouldn't waste killing these divine beasts. The current Xian would seize any opportunity to increase his strength. Xian directly walked out with the Heavenly Dragon King. In Xian's eyes, this demon god's domain could be considered a pretty good place. If Xian could kill so many divine beasts, it would undoubtedly provide Xian with quite a bit of cultivation. Quickly raising his cultivation and searching for Luo's whereabouts was the most important thing for Xian right now. As for anything else, Xian couldn't be bothered to think about it. Not long after Xian left with the Heavenly Dragon King, a group of divine beasts arrived. However, when they saw the bloodstains on the mountain, they didn't see any corpses or any survivors. These people retreated in fear. Within a small area of the demon god's domain, a piece of news spread. A powerful spy from the Kunlun divine domain had snuck into the demon god's domain. Moreover, he had killed every beast he saw, leaving no survivors. Even an overlord's territory had been completely wiped out. Of course, there was also another version. It said that the human race, which had always been regarded as a snack by the divine beasts, had actually produced an expert who went around killing divine beasts. But no matter which news it was, it seemed that it was enough to shock and panic the people of the demon god's domain. No one was willing to face Xian, the god of slaughter. However, no one knew where Xian was. There were even quite a few indignant divine beasts that formed teams to kill Xian. Of course, there were also lords who issued orders to capture Xian. However, the next few days were abnormally average, causing people to be unable to understand what Xian was going to do. Actually, what Xian wanted to do now was very simple. It was to head to a genius training camp in the demon god's domain. Just like the Kunlun divine domain, the demon god's domain naturally had an existence similar to an academy. However, in the demon god's domain, it was called a cave. This wasn't the cave that the human race was talking about, but a real cave. Yi Xian was going to a place called the Water Moon Cave. Many geniuses of the demon god's domain were gathered here. Originally, Yi Xian hoped that the Heavenly Dragon King would be able to provide him with information about Luolua's whereabouts or a way to leave the demon god's domain. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Dragon King was only a small character in the demon god's domain. Therefore, he couldn't count on the Heavenly Dragon King at all. It was useless to Yi Xian. Chapter 2845. 2433. Eating humans. The Water Moon Cave was, after all, the place where the geniuses of the demon god's divine realm gathered. Hence, all the people here were divine beasts in human form. When Yi Xian first arrived here, he even suspected that he'd arrived at the territory of the human race. After all, the entire city was filled with all kinds of divine beasts in human form. However, Yi Xian was very clear that this wasn't the territory of the human race. After all, the customs and habits here were completely different. At this moment, Yi Xian walked into a restaurant. Just like the Kunlun divine realm, although many divine beasts didn't need to eat and wouldn't be affected in any way, they were still used to eating something delicious. Yi Xian was prepared to taste the special dishes of the demon god's divine realm. "Waiter, what special dishes do you have in your restaurant?" Yi Xian asked the waiter. The waiter's strength was not bad. He already had the cultivation of a low-level divine king. At this moment, the waiter looked at Yi Xian happily. After all, anyone who entered the restaurant and asked about the special dishes was undoubtedly an expert, a rich man. "Aya, this customer, you really are in luck. Today, I have a few new desserts. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." "Oh, tell me about it. What's delicious?" Yi Xian was also interested as he asked the waiter. "All right, please take a look. This is a human dessert caught from the distant snowy region. The taste is very delicious. Our shop's chef specially chose 10,000-year-old snow lotus velvet, 1,000-year-old ice heart soul spirit, 9,000-year-old divine water returning spirit grass, and has already added, and other divine herbs, put the fresh twin human babies into the altar, refine them for 49 days, remove all impurities, and then refine them for 99 days with a live fire for 81 days. In this way, not only will the taste be incomparably delicious, but even when you eat it, the two babies will still be alive." "All right, sir, please watch." With a wave of his hand, another image of a blade appeared in front of Yi Xian. This time, it wasn't a baby, but a peerlessly beautiful young girl. "Customer, look, this is a special ingredient made from human race's top-grade beauties. The main dish of the fairy banquet, the exquisite fairy. Look at how smooth the skin of a human girl is, how tender the meat is, whether it's eaten raw or cooked, it's still delicious." Yi Xian frowned. There were actually two dishes that used humans as the main ingredients. Yi Xian clenched his fists, and the anger in his heart was unbearable. However, Yi Xian was well aware that this was the demon god's domain after all. Thus, even if Yi Xian was angry in his heart, he could only be angry and not say anything. "Since I've met you, then it can be considered fate. I only have this much power. If I can save one, then it's one." Yi Xian silently thought in his heart. After all, he had a purpose for coming to the Water Moon Cave, so it wasn't good for him to cause a ruckus. This human beauty is not bad. And those two babies, don't put them in the dish yet. Bring them to me. Yi Xian said to the waiter in an attempt to save the three of them. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the waiter revealed a slightly surprised expression at first, but he didn't think too much about it. However, he awkwardly said, This request of the customer doesn't make sense. These are just two main dishes, why would the customer have such a request?" In the eyes of the waiter, Yi Xian's request was indeed incomparably strange. After all, who would have nothing better to do than look at the appearance of the dishes before eating? The waiter thought for a moment before coming to a realization. Could it be that the customer is afraid that the dishes aren't fresh enough? Rest assured, the dishes in our shop are all freshly caught, so they are guaranteed to be incomparably fresh. Is that so? Could it be that those two babies were also caught by you? Yi Xian's face revealed a displeased expression. This wasn't a pretense. In fact, Yi Xian was already extremely furious in his heart. Aren't you making things difficult for me? These two babies are indeed newly born children of a human that my shop caught. However, this can definitely guarantee their freshness. Enough, if I say I want to see him, then I want to see him. With a bang, Yi Xian directly slapped the table. A table refined from high-grade black iron divine wood was directly smashed into pieces by Yi Xian. When the waiter saw Yi Xian getting angry, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately said, "Sir, please don't be angry. This lowly one will immediately inform the kitchen." The waiter didn't dare to hesitate. After all, the people who came here to eat were either rich or noble. This was a subsidiary city of the Water Moon Cave. No matter what the cultivation level of the young people here was, young Master Sheng had an incomparably deep background. He wasn't in existence that a restaurant like this could easily offend. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian get angry, how could he dare to delay? Very quickly, the waiter brought two people in. Each of them was dragging a cage in their hands. In one cage was the young girl, and in the other cage were the two babies. Ding, system notification, detected a special bloodline, goddess bloodline. He didn't expect that the system would give him a notification as soon as the girl arrived. This girl actually had a special bloodline. However, in the demon god's divine domain, no matter what bloodline it would be useless. After all, the human race was only the lowest level of food in the demon god's divine domain. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth slightly raised as he directly asked the waiter, "What's the price of these two dishes?" Seeing Yi Xian ask about the price, the waiter immediately revealed a smile and said, "Dear customer, these two dishes only cost a total of 50,000 spirit stones, which is a very cheap price. If you like it, my shop can even give you a 20% discount. Only 40,000 spirit stones will do." 40,000 spirit stones? A special bloodline, 3 lives, was only worth 40,000 spirit stones. Yi Xian frowned, but there was nothing he could do. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spirit stones appeared in front of the waiter. "All right, count carefully. There are a total of 50,000 spirit stones here. I don't want any discount from you. I want these two dishes. Open the cage, I want to take them away now." Dear customer, although eating it raw is a good choice, after all, the human race is not clean. I'm afraid eating it raw will cause unnecessary problems. Dear customer, why don't you leave it to my shop to deal with it? All right, I don't need you to care what I want to do. Scram! Yi Xian roared as he violently broke open the two cages. Since Yi Xian had already paid, no one would say anything when he broke open the cage. "Follow me," Yi Xian said to the young girl. At the same time, he'd already absorbed the two babies into the devouring space. The young girl hesitated for a moment, but could only follow Yi Xian and leave. After all, he didn't choose to go all out. Even though he knew very well that he had already been treated as food, he could only helplessly accept his fate. This was the helplessness of the human race in the demon god realm. Sometimes, even if they knew what the outcome would be, they were powerless to resist. Chapter 2846. Main course. Very quickly, Yi Xian brought the young girl away from the Water Moon Cave's subsidiary city. Actually, Yi Xian knew very well that it wasn't a good idea to have the young girl follow by his side or leave by herself. Of course, Yi Xian could choose to absorb him into the devouring space. However, since he'd come to the demon god's domain, Yi Xian naturally hoped to be able to save more humans. Thus, it might be a good choice for this young girl to stay outside and lead the way for Yi Xian. Those two babies were different. After all, the two babies could be effectively taken care of in the devouring space, so it was useless to leave them outside. However, this young girl was Yi Xian's only guide. Yi Xian released his spiritual will and carefully examined his surroundings. After confirming that there was no danger, he said to the young girl, "All right, we're safe now." However, the young girl still looked at Yi Xian in panic. It was obvious that she thought that Yi Xian was going to eat her or harm him right now. Ouyang Shui was very clear in her heart that once a human girl fell into the hands of a divine beast from the demon god's domain, it could be said that her life was worse than death. In fact, she would even receive treatment that was even more terrifying than becoming a dish. Back then, because Ouyang Shui was naughty, she walked out of the village, but she didn't expect to be captured the moment she came out. Along the way, he had seen many encounters with the human clan. Originally, there were more than 3,000 people imprisoned together with her, but now he was the only one left. As for the two babies, Ouyang Shui had watched them being born. In reality, the two babies could be considered half human and half beast. Unfortunately, in the demon god's domain, half human and half beast had never been truly recognized. There were even people from the demon god's domain who specially raised a group of human women. Usually, they would be used as tools for the people of the demon god's domain to play with. The babies that they gave birth to would also be immediately sent to the restaurant. Along the way, Ouyang Shui was lucky, but also unlucky. She was lucky because she was small and thin, so no one from the demon god's domain paid attention to her. Unlucky because he had seen too many tragic encounters. "You, what do you want to do to me?" Ouyang Shui looked at Yi Xian and asked in fear. Just by looking at Ouyang Shui's expression, Yi Xian already knew that Ouyang Shui had misunderstood. Therefore, Yi Xian lowered his cultivation level as much as possible. At the same time, he revealed a smile and said to Ouyang Shui, "You don't have to be afraid. My name is Yi Xian, and I'm also from the human clan. I came from the Kunlun Divine Domain." Kunlun Divine Domain? Ouyang Shui looked at Yi Xian in confusion. Yes, it's the Kunlun Divine Domain. In the previous Divine Domain War, our human clan's Kunlun Divine Domain won the war. However, I snuck in because of a special mission, so you don't have to be afraid. I'm the same as you, a human. Yi Xian said indifferently. However, who knew that after he finished speaking, Ouyang Shui directly threw herself into Yi Xian's embrace. Tears continuously flowed from her eyes as she sobbed in a low voice, "You're a human, you're really a human." "Yes, I'm a human." Yi Xian gently caressed Ouyang Shui's jade back, but he sighed inwardly. He knew why Ouyang Shui was so afraid, because in reality, Ouyang Shui had always been afraid. Among the humans in the demon god's divine domain, which one of them wasn't worried about their own tomorrow? "I know about the Kunlun Divine Domain. Grandma said that it is the holy land of our human clan. Over there, the human clan is the ruler. Yes, the Kunlun Divine Domain is the territory of the human clan. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you away." Yi Xian felt rather helpless in his heart. He'd only heard of the demon god's divine domain before, but he didn't know what it was like. Only now did Yi Xian know that the demon god's divine domain was simply the human clan's purgatory. No wonder the Kunlun Divine Domain and the demon god's divine domain had always been mortal enemies. It was because there was no room for reconciliation. However, it was a pity that the demon god's divine domain was also incomparably powerful. Therefore, even if Mi Ming wanted to save the human clan in the demon god's divine domain, he was unable to do so. After comforting Ouyang Shui for a period of time, she finally calmed down. At the same time, Yi Xian also found out some information about the human clan in the demon god's divine domain from Ouyang Shui. Because the human clan in the demon god's divine domain was suppressed by the divine beasts, they couldn't obtain any cultivation resources at all. Even the space for them to move around was very narrow. Moreover, the divine beasts in the demon god's divine domain would often come out to hunt these human clan. In the demon god's divine domain, there was almost no place for the human clan to hide. Take the village that Ouyang Shui came from, for example. In fact, there had always been a constant migration. In order to avoid the hunting of the divine beasts, Ouyang Shui's village constantly walked through dangerous places, snowy mountains, deserts, abysses. Any place that was hard to be discovered by others was the holy land in their hearts. If they wanted to live, they could only continue to escape. And it wasn't that the human clan didn't have any experts. Unfortunately, without cultivation resources, no matter how talented they were, it was impossible for them to have high achievements. Even if Ouyang Shui was a genius in their village, It was rare for her to cultivate to this nondescript low-class Divine Lord realm at such a young age with just a fortuitous encounter and without cultivation resources. The reason why Ouyang Shue's Divine Lord realm was nondescript was because Ouyang Shue's body had been trained to the body refinement realm, but she had almost no combat power. She couldn't even fly. In the demon god's divine domain, the human clan vigorously developed a suboccupation called construction. This suboccupation was different from artifact forging. It involved simple processing of materials that could be seen into things that could be used by humans. But no matter what, it was an indisputable fact that the human clan of the demon god's divine domain lived in fear at all times. If the conditions were right, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't mind helping others. Unfortunately, Yi Xian didn't have that ability right now. With her mere cultivation of a high-level god king, he didn't have the qualifications to cause a ruckus in the demon god's divine domain. If he wasn't careful, he might even be discovered by the demon god's divine domain and be hunted down. Fortunately, the divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain usually liked to take human form, and the humans of the demon god's divine domain were extremely weak, so they didn't dare to enter the divine beasts' cities and caves. Therefore, no one suspected Yi Xian. After all, it was impossible for the humans of the demon god's divine domain to reach the cultivation of a high-level god king. Therefore, when they saw Yi Xian's cultivation, the divine beasts of the demon god's divine domain would naturally think that Yi Xian was a divine beast in human form and wouldn't think that Yi Xian was a human. Yi Xian secretly decided that he would save as many humans as he could in the demon god's divine domain. As for the demon god's divine domain, once Yi Xian's strength was sufficient, he would definitely erase this place. Chapter 2847. Consecutive breakthroughs at the same time, he took out some magic treasures and cultivation resources and gave them to Ouyang Shui. This was the only thing Yi Xian could do. No matter how much more, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to do anything. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. He thought of a skill that he'd almost never used before. Eternal Reward. The Eternal Reward was a skill that came with the eternal body. This skill was originally just a useless existence, but now Yi Xian discovered that it was time for this skill to show its use. System, can I use the faith point to exchange for eternal points? Ding. System prompt. Host can use faith point to exchange for eternal points. Alright, since I can use faith point to exchange for eternal points. System, use faith point to exchange for an eternal point. I want to use the Eternal Reward skill. Ding. System prompt. Host has consumed 1 million faith point to exchange for 1 eternal point. Following the system prompt, Yi Xian obtained an eternal point. 1 million faith points to exchange for 1 eternal point didn't seem like a good deal, but Yi Xian couldn't care less. After all, eternal points were very difficult to obtain, but faith points were increasing at any time. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't fuss over it. Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to see how many faith points he had. Use the skill, Eternal Reward. Use the ancient resources of the ancient zither space as the reward, Yi Xian said directly. Following Yi Xian's words, a powerful light enveloped Yi Xian. The light contained an extremely powerful energy. After all, this was the energy that was exchanged for using ancient resources. The energy continuously condensed and cleansed Ouyang Shue's body. Waves of incomparably pure divine power were directly infused into Ouyang Shue's body. Even the magic treasures that Yi Xian had given Yi Xian had changed. The light condensed and did not dissipate for a long time. Ouyang Shue's eyes were tightly shut, clearly undergoing the test. Yi Xian didn't know what Ouyang Shui had experienced, but the power of the ball of light was clearly able to transform her. Time flowed by. After a full 72 hours, Ouyang Shui finally walked out of the ball of light. In an instant, a powerful fluctuation exploded out from Ouyang Shue's body. This is bad. Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately picked up Ouyang Shui and quickly fled. Yi Xian didn't put Ouyang Shui down until he was 10,000 miles away. At this moment, Ouyang Shui still hadn't completely woken up. However, the system's notification had already sounded out. Ding, system notification, host, please pay attention, the designated target, the special bloodline has been successfully activated. Due to the host's eternal reward, Ouyang Shue's bloodline has been upgraded to the heavenly warring divine mother bloodline. Ding, system notification, host. Please pay attention, Ouyang Shue's realm has increased. Current realm, peak 9th grade divine emperor realm. Divine emperor? And it was even a peak 9th grade divine emperor realm? Yi Xian was slightly shocked. He didn't expect Ouyang Shui to advance so many levels in one go because of his eternal reward. One had to know that Yi Xian himself was only a first-grade god king, but he didn't expect that an eternal reward would actually create a peak 9th grade divine emperor. This was an entire realm. Moreover, he was only one step away from breaking through. It was impossible for Yi Xian not to be surprised. However, it was also because of this that Yi Xian felt that it was time for him to break through. Although Yi Xian needed to use better resources to continue leveling up due to the increase in his strength, it didn't mean that it would be difficult for Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had kept the ancient zither space's output for such a long time without using it. It was time to increase his strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to move an inch in the demon god's domain. Devour, Yi Xian directly said. The countless resources within the universe ring were quickly classified. The valuable ones were kept, and the rest were all transformed into Yi Xian's leveling experience and infused into his body. Breakthrough, 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 continuous breakthroughs. Ding, system notification, host has broken through. Current realm, inferior 9th grade divine emperor realm. Yi Xian was very satisfied with raising his cultivation by so many levels in one go. Although he was still slightly inferior to Ouyang Shui, Yi Xian was very clear that if they were to really fight, Ouyang Shue's battle prowess might not be much stronger than his. After all, Yi Xian had raised Ouyang Shue's cultivation level. Coupled with the eruption of Ouyang Shue's special bloodline, this was the result. However, Ouyang Shui didn't have any battle experience, nor did she have any suitable divine abilities. Of course, Yi Xian would slowly settle all of this later. Let's go to the Aquamoon Cave. Yi Xian said to Ouyang Shui. Ouyang Shui was shocked at first, then asked, Big brother Yi, why are we still going to the Aquamoon Cave? There are many divine beast experts gathered there, it's very dangerous. Yi Xian looked at Ouyang Shui and lightly smiled. Go kill someone. Right, Yi Xian was going to kill someone. In Yi Xian's heart, the demon god's domain wasn't the Kunlun god's domain, so there was no need for Yi Xian to hold back. Since these divine beasts didn't treat humans as living beings, then why would Yi Xian care about them? Let them become the stepping stones for Yi Xian to quickly increase his strength. The two of them walked together, quickly heading towards the subsidiary city of the Aquamoon Cave. This time, Yi Xian didn't have any scruples. Even if he didn't provoke Yi Xian would still make a move to cause trouble, let alone provoke him. The two of them once again arrived at the subsidiary city. At the beginning, they didn't encounter any trouble. However, not long after, Yi Xian found what he wanted. At this moment, Yi Xian was walking on the street, looking at the strange resources that the demon god's domain was selling. After all, there were some resources in the demon god's domain that didn't exist in the Kunlun god's domain. For example, this thing called the 3-star divine stone was something that the Kunlun god's domain had never heard of before. However, this 3-star divine stone had the special effect of strengthening the power of laws. By gathering a sufficient number of 3-star divine stones and refining the 3-star divine power within, one would be able to achieve the special effect of condensing the power of laws. Just as Yi Xian was about to buy some, he heard the roars of people and the neighing of horses in the distance. Get out of the way, all of you get out of the way. The young master of the Yi Karen family has arrived. Yi Karen's family? Yi Xian frowned slightly, but Ouyang Shui had already said to Yi Xian, Big brother Yi might not know, but this Yi Karen family is a rather powerful family. This Yi Karen family has a divine sovereign level expert, and can be considered to be domineering in this area. Moreover, this Watermoon Cave's subsidiary city can be considered to be the property of the Yi Karen family. It sounded like his strength wasn't bad, but Yi Xian didn't care about his background. Chapter 2848. The young master of the Yi Karen family. Brat, are you courting death? Hurry up and scram. Do you know who is here? A lackey ran over to Yi Xian's side. His strength was clearly only at the 6th level of the Divine King realm, but when he saw Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui, the two Divine Emperor realm experts, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. After all, he represented the young master of the Yi Karen family. Who would dare to disobey him? But today, he just had to meet such a person. Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to pay attention to this fellow. Since he was looking for trouble, how could Yi Xian be afraid at all? Seeing that Yi Xian wasn't moved, the lackey was clearly infuriated. He casually picked up a whip and lashed it towards Yi Xian. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. Of course, it was naturally impossible for it to hit Yi Xian. Instead, it whipped the shop owner to death. However, it was clear that the Yi Karen family was incomparably tyrannical. Even if their servants killed someone on the spot, not only did no one stop them, they even caused the surrounding people to take a few steps back. When the servant saw that he had killed someone, not only did he not show the slightest bit of fear, he even swaggered over. He glanced at that person and said without a care, "You deserve to die. You dare to block our young master's path? I think you don't want to live anymore." After saying this, the servant waved his whip again and swept it towards Yi Xian. At the same time, he said, "And you dare to block the young master's path, kill without mercy." As the whip got closer and closer to Yi Xian, many of the surrounding people revealed expressions of reluctance. Actually, there were naturally some experts here who could defeat the servant, but this was a servant of the Yi Karen family. Moreover, he was the most beloved servant of the Yi Karen family, so no one dared to attack him. Therefore, everyone only thought in their hearts that another fellow was going to die under the whip. However, in the next moment, a scene that shocked them occurred. Just as the whip was about to hit Yi Xian, he heard Yi Xian's voice explode, "Scram!" In an instant, a long sword pounced towards the servant. How could a mere 6th-grade divine king be a match for Yi Xian? Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaughtering sword and killed him before he could even react. Murder! Moreover, the one who died was a servant of the Yi Karen family. The surrounding divine beasts revealed expressions of shock, and some of them were so scared that they revealed their true forms. They couldn't help but be afraid. This was also a servant of the Karen family. Who would dare to offend the Yi Karen family in the affiliated city of the Water Moon Cave? At this moment, an angry voice rang out, "Damn it, you actually dared to kill my servant. Kill them all." In an instant, a large group of servants charged forward once again and pounced towards Yi Xian. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. Yi Xian wasn't afraid in the slightest, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit. In fact, Yi Xian already had an idea in his heart. The servants ran amok as they pounced towards Yi Xian, but Yi Xian didn't fight them head-on. Instead, he continuously dodged. Moreover, every time he dodged, he specifically dodged towards a place with a lot of people. These servants of the Yi Karen family were usually unbridled. How could they care so much? They continued to attack without stopping. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful attacks continued to explode, but they didn't affect Yi Xian at all. However, the surrounding passers-by were in deep trouble. In just a short period of time, more than a dozen people had already suffered an unexpected calamity. Perhaps ordinary passers-by could still avoid it, but the divine beasts that lived here or opened shops here couldn't avoid it so easily. A divine beast that opened a weapon shop wailed incomparably. Just a moment ago, the servants of the Yi Karen family had not only injured him, they had also destroyed his shop. Yi Xian purposely acted in an extremely sorry state as he continuously dodged. Those servants didn't care that much and tightly chased after Yi Xian. Along the way, they continuously destroyed and injured passers-by. Yi Xian smiled. This was the result he wanted. Suddenly, Yi Xian made his move. Under the control of Wei Zhentian, the god-slaughtering sword in his hand instantly flew out and killed a servant of the Yi Karen family. Moreover, Ouyang Shui, who was hiding in the shadows, had already received Yi Xian's instructions to kick a divine beast out. Because of the chaos, many people didn't understand the process at all. However, they did see that the divine beast that was watching the show was pouncing on a dead servant of the Yi Karen family. "You dare to kill a member of my Yi Karen family." When a nearby servant saw this result, he immediately roared and was about to rush towards that person. That person was incomparably flustered as he loudly said, "It's not me, it's really not me." However, how could the servants of the Yi Karen family care so much? With a casual whip, they sent that person's head flying. At the same time, they erased that person's divine deity. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a slight smile as he continued his actions. As he dodged, he created chaos. Moreover, he didn't kill those servants, but only injured them. With Yangshue's cooperation, not long after, there were already passers-by who attacked the servants of the Yi Karen family in order to survive. Damn it, you lowly commoners actually dare to offend this young master's dignity. Kill them all. It was the so-called young master of the Yi Karen family who spoke again. Hearing this, Yi Xian wished that he could ruthlessly praise the young master of the Yi Karen family. This was simply his teammate, not his enemy at all. This kind of cooperation, he had a tacit understanding. Hearing the words of the young master of the Yi Karen family, the servants didn't care so much and directly attacked the people around them. One had to know that their Yi Karen family had always been running rampant in this affiliated city. Killing a few people was something that couldn't be any more normal. After all, compared to the Kunlun God region, the Demon God region valued strength over strength. There weren't as many rules. At this moment, the moment these servants made a move, the divine beasts that were unwilling to be killed would naturally resist. As for Yi Xian, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? The Yi Karen family is not giving us a way out. Could it be that you are willing to be slaughtered by them at will? Everyone attack together, for the sake of survival, for the sake of our own lives." Yi Xian's voice naturally resonated with countless people. After all, the current situation was already obvious. The Yi Karen family was already prepared to kill them all. If they didn't resist, then there really wouldn't be a way out. Alright, everyone attack together. Even if we die, we can't die in such a cowardly manner. Everyone resist them together. Someone loudly replied to Yi Xian. With the first, there would naturally be a second. Very soon, the entire street was filled with the sound of voices rising and falling. How could Yi Xian let go of such a good opportunity? If he didn't make a move now, when would he? At this moment, the streets were already in chaos. Chapter 2849. Back to the Water Moon Cave. The servants of Yi Karen's family had already noticed the abnormality. After all, it was normal for them to kill a few people in this subsidiary city. But now, these lowly commoners actually dared to resist them. This was simply unbearable. However, there were also some smart people who knew that this was not the time to fight. After all, if anything happened to the young lord, they would be able to take responsibility. However, how could it be that easy for them to quell the chaos now? Yi Xian continuously wandered through the crowd. Wei Zhentian controlled the god-slaughtering sword and would occasionally kill a person. The people he killed were all ordinary passers-by who weren't involved in the chaos. One by one, the passers-by were constantly killed. In addition to the chaos in the surroundings, more people were naturally sucked into the vortex. In fact, the Yi Karen family knew very well that they were not welcome in this subsidiary city. Therefore, whenever they went out, they would bring hundreds of guards with them. However, the current situation was that these hundreds of guards were no longer enough. Compared to the chaotic crowd, these guards were like a drop in the bucket. The onslaught of the crowd forced the guards to defend with their lives to prevent the young master from getting hurt. The conflict had already arisen. How could it be so easy to reconcile? Not to mention that Yi Xian was intentionally causing trouble. Yangshui was following Yi Xian's orders to cause chaos, but suddenly, she was pulled to the side by Yi Xian. "Hurry up and leave." Yi Xian said to Yangshui. "Why do we have to leave? The current situation is very advantageous to us. Why don't we assassinate the young master of the Yi Karen family first?" Yangshui's words caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. Yi Xian didn't expect Yangshui to be so bold. It wasn't that Yi Xian hadn't thought of assassinating the young master of the Yi Karen family. However, he didn't want to do so. After all, assassinating the young master of the Yi Karen family would definitely bring him a lot of unnecessary trouble. In any case, the current chaos had already achieved the effect that Yi Xian had expected, so there was no need to add more trouble. Yi Xian's plan was actually very simple. He wanted to stir up chaos within the demon realm. Of course, he was only in a subsidiary city of the Water Moon Cave. This time, Yi Xian was only testing his strength. Yi Xian already had a complete plan in his heart. He wanted to make the interior of the demon realm restless. Therefore, there was no need for Yi Xian to suggest assassinating young Master Yi Karen. Alright, the current result is already very good. Moreover, even if we don't make a move, I'm afraid that young Lord won't be able to survive. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled into a smile. This was because he'd already seen that there were already quite a few divine kings and even divine emperors involved in this internal strife. Some people hoped to obtain benefits from helping the Yi Karen family, but even more people could no longer suppress the anger in their hearts and directly attacked the Yi Karen family. This way, it directly led to a chaotic battle between the two forces in this subsidiary city. The people from both sides were already in a killing frenzy. The more they killed, the more people would be drawn into it. It would not be so easy to pacify the chaos in this subsidiary city of the Water Moon abode. Yi Xian brought Ouyang Shui and quickly left. Not long after they left, thousands of family guards, servants, and servants rushed out from the Yi Karen family. These people had received news that the young master was trapped, so they rushed over to support him. Once these people joined in, other than escalating the conflict, it wouldn't be of much use. Not long after Yi Xian left, the entire subsidiary city fell into chaos. Not long after, the young master died at the hands of an expert. Once the young master of the Yi Karen family died, how could the Yi Karen family let this matter rest? Thus, this battle continued for many days without stopping. Of course, it was inevitable that this news would spread. Some people felt that those lowly commoners were courting death by openly rebelling against the powerful Yi Karen family, while others felt that the Yi Karen family had gone too far. But no matter what, Yi Xian's goal of intensifying the conflict had been achieved. 5 days later, a man and a woman once again arrived at the subsidiary city. At this moment, the subsidiary city was clearly much more desolate, and there were far fewer pedestrians on the streets. There were even traces of battles left in many places. These two people were undoubtedly Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui. At this moment, Ouyang Shui had a smile on her face. She was very satisfied with this result. After all, the conflict between the human race and the divine beasts in the demon god's divine realm was simply impossible to reconcile. The human race in the demon god's divine realm naturally hoped that all the divine beasts would die overnight. After all, only then would they be able to obtain a place to live. Although that kind of thinking was almost impossible to achieve, it wouldn't stop Ouyang Shui from being happy from the bottom of her heart because of the riots in the subsidiary cities and the deaths of so many experts from the demon god's divine realm. As for Yi Xian, he didn't feel anything. After all, to Yi Xian, this was only a small part of his plan. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't care about the deaths of these divine beasts at all. No matter how many died, Yi Xian could only watch in silence. This time, it was obvious that the entire subsidiary city had fallen into silence. Because of the great purge of the Yi Karen family, many divine beasts were either killed or chose to leave this place. Yi Xian's arrival wasn't welcomed like before. The people who stayed behind only coldly looked at Yi Xian. Of course, Yi Xian didn't care that much. This time, Yi Xian was just passing by. As a subsidiary city, it was a necessary path to the Water Moon Cave. If it wasn't for this, Yi Xian probably wouldn't have come here. Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui's speed was very fast. Not long after, the two of them passed through the subsidiary city. At this moment, the two of them had already arrived outside the Water Moon Cave. The Water Moon Cave was a place where geniuses gathered. It was one of the more famous caves in the demon god's divine realm. This way, the interrogation would be rather strict. Those who didn't have the qualifications to enter this place would definitely not have the chance to enter. Yi Xian and Ouyang Shui hadn't gone far when they were stopped by the two of them. "Halt, show me your medallions." Yi Xian raised his head and looked at the two of them as he asked, "What medallion?" One of them looked at Yi Xian